one thing be bad in 1 second, and by just a decision, a quality decision, things can get better. And I'm trusting you're doing that today. And then one more sense, how about what our spiritual eyesight is doing? In Ephesians 1:8, that our eyes of our understanding being enlightened, that we may know the hope of his glory, and what is the riches of his saints, and the exceeding greatness of his power toward us who believe. So let's all go today believing and rejoicing, and go and connect with us. Even though we're in Europe, we will connect with you, write and let us know what you're doing, help support the ministry, and send and write us some news about what you're up to if you like. And
Digital tracking of student behavior, legal review and consultation regarding draft policy slated for first read on August 14th. Letter F, proposed governing board policy on August 14th. G, proposed governing board policy on DEI, legal review and consultation regarding draft policy slated for first read on August 14th. So with that, I just need a motion to convene the executive session.
A motion to convene the executive session.
I will second. So we have a motion made by Ms. Bowles and a second made by Mrs. Ewing. And then Azure, if you could run us through a voice vote.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. We will now convene into executive session. Thank you. All right, board members, we're going to come back out from our executive session, and I just need a motion to adjourn executive session.
I motion to adjourn executive session.
I will second.
Oh, sorry, Ms. Ewing. I think Clerk Toby beat you on that. So we have a motion to adjourn made by Mrs. Profit and a second made by Clerk Toby. And Azura, if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
Mr. Toby,
Yes.
Ms. Bowles,
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit,
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
President Rooks.
Yes.
Thank you.
Executive session is adjourned with 5 yeas. Audience, we are just going to take a 5-minute break so that we can recuperate, and we'll be right back. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. I'm going to call the Peoria Unified Governing Board meeting to order on August 14th, 2025 at 6:17 p.m. Moving on to 2 opening exercises, 2.1 Moment of Silence, 2.2 Pledge of Allegiance, and Preamble of the Declaration of Independence. Clerk Toby, would you like to run us through that tonight?
Yes.
Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Thank you, Clerk Toby. Moving on to address number 3, address agenda. 3.1, address agenda, consider adoption or recommend changes. I am going to recommend that we table items 8.3, the first read new policy, digital tracking of student behavior, and 8.5, first read new policy 1-204, no diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. And just so it's out there, if you did fill in a comment card for those items, I'm going to allow them to be on public comment 5.1. But I am going to ask I'm going to make a motion to table 8.3 and 8.5.
I will second.
Thank you. So I have a motion made by myself as to approve the agenda, except to table 8.3, 8.5, and a second made by Mrs. Ewing. And if you could run us through a voice vote as well.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit,
Yes.
President Rooks,
Yes.
Ms. Bowles,
Yes.
Mr. Toby.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Moving on to 4 recognitions, 4.1 recognitions. Ms. Airy, welcome.
Good evening, President Rooks, members of the board, cabinet, and guests that have joined us this evening. Happy New Year. As you know, the first day of school is like the Super Bowl of the educational experience. The first day can bring a mix of excitement and nerves for students, families, and our staff, but for all of us as education leaders across all of our campus, we truly, truly cherish this day. Visiting campuses and witnessing students forming meaningful connections, it really is a powerful testament to why we all do this work. This year, in preparation for this important day, our teachers dedicated countless hours setting up their classrooms and familiarizing themselves with all of our new tools and curricular resources. I'll highlight our academic leadership team here in just a moment and all the wonderful successes that we're experiencing there. But first, I want to recognize some of the operations in our district who make sure our buses and buildings are ready for the first day of school. Our food and nutrition team, under the direction of Mrs. Sandra Schassow, worked diligently to ensure a smooth start, and we served more than 20,000 nutritious meals on that first day. Also proud to share that more than 12,100 students were transported on day 1, and a very special thank you goes out to our Director of Transportation, Tommy Sims, as well as all of those drivers. That's an awful lot of kids to move through a very complex routing system and safely navigate to and from school. Our human resources team has had an incredibly busy summer, filling 97% of all of our certified positions and onboarding more than 300 new staff members. Additionally, they have reviewed and approved nearly 500 parent volunteers since Monday, of this week, which is really, really incredible. Their commitment to creating a welcoming and really seamless experience, ensuring that all of those new volunteers feel very connected in our district. IMT delivered more than 1,800 brand new devices for our classroom teachers and worked throughout the summer to ensure we had the connectivity that we needed on day one. We also recently hosted new teacher orientation at Centennial and Sunrise Mountain High Schools, welcoming our newly hired certified staff, and these educators were able to explore high-quality instruction, what that looks like here in the Peoria Unified School District, and of course learned how to effectively use many of the new tools and resources available to them. Under the guidance of Ms. Nina Buckley, our coaching team modeled best practices and supported all of those brand new teachers so that they could be successful on day one. This year, we welcome more than 33,000 students to school, including nearly 1,800 kindergartners who are, of course, starting their educational journey with us. But I also want to shout out our littlest learners, our preschool students who started the school year August 4th, more than 500 of them across the 14 preschool sites. And we want to absolutely thank all of the teachers and staff that worked to make that happen for all of them. We put together some highlights from the first day of school. It's always a moment we're very excited to share with all of you and with our community. So if I could direct your attention to the screens to enjoy some of those highlights from day one. And President Rooks, members of the board, if I could, I know we have many of our principals, assistant principals, and even teachers in the room tonight. If we could just give them all a big hand of applause.
Thank you, Mrs. Airy. Board members, do you have any comments or questions, Ms. Ewing, on this one?
Just on the, for the board comments piece or for just on the,
Just for the first day of school
oh, okay.
that she was showcasing.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. Okay. First off, I want to let, I know that there was a lot of, either there was events happening prior to school opening that a lot of our board members were invited to, and then things that happened shortly after schools were open. I wasn't able to attend many of those, and some of you know, or a fair amount of you know, that the Saturday after our last board meeting and just before the board meeting, my mom passed away. So I was back home in Indiana with her and my family. So anyway, but I heard phenomenal things from everyone else about how the beginning of school started. So I just want to say thank you to all of the principals, vice principals, and all of the staff and our new staff. We're so happy to have you, and our new families. I've heard awesome things about our enrollment, which is super exciting. And I'm just really excited for this new school year. So, and it's awesome to have a full boardroom here too. So thank you.
Ms. Profit, do you have any regards to the new school year that we have?
I am such a nerd. I love a new school year. When I take my kids school supply shopping, I like get the butterflies in my stomach for the new notebooks, and it's just such a great start to the new school year here in Peoria District. I was able to attend a lot of those events, and believe Mrs. Ewing when she said if she would have been here, she would have been at those events. She's at every single event she can possibly be at. So just being able to appreciate the kids and their excitement. They really are so excited, my own kids included. They love summer vacation, but there's something about the magic of going back to school. It's just such a special time. And seeing those kindergartners and their backpacks are half of their bodies, but is there anything sweeter than those kindergartners with all their hopes and dreams just kind of waddling up to school? So thank you to all the teachers. I know it is so much time getting those classrooms set up. I know that probably a lot of you are spending more of your own money than you would like on making sure that those classrooms are environments that can cultivate the very best learning for our students. So thank you to the extra time and attention that the teachers and admin put into making sure that our facilities and our classrooms, that everyone's trained and ready to go. It shows, because with all the excitement in the neighborhoods and it's just such a great time. And so thank you to every single person in this room who cultivates even a little piece of that magic.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any comments?
Thank you for the presentation. That was a treat. I don't know, you're back there already. It was very, very nice. Welcome back, students, teachers, admin. Wow, when I heard that many preschoolers, it brought me back to the days when I owned a preschool. And my God, I think somebody once said, if you give me 2 preschoolers, you could take over the world. And I agree. And I'm hoping, I am hearing that enrollment has gone up a bit. I don't know numbers, but that speaks volumes for the hard work behind the scenes. And I just want to say thank you to those in the room and those who couldn't make it tonight. But I know there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes that no one else sees. And even the voluntold children that teachers have, because they are raised in setting up classrooms like my own. But thank you. Welcome back.
Clerk Joby, do you have any comments?
Yeah, just welcome back, everybody, teachers, staff, students, everybody. I know for some it's excitement, but for others, for me personally, it's a reminder that I'm getting older and my kids are entering another stage in their life, so it is a little bit bittersweet, but let's have a good year and game on.
Yeah, I just want to say welcome back, everybody, and my kids were excited to go back to school as well and see all their friends, and I just think that that's the special time in starting that new school year. So thank you to all who opened up the schools, got everything up and running. I know it's hectic getting everything in order, all the forms, all of the emails, all the classrooms, all the supplies. Thank you to them. And I also want to give a shout out to, I know it was in the video, Cactus High School, the girls on the video, the cheerleaders got to have that morning segment. So that was pretty exciting to see for our new school year as well. So with that, we will now move on to 5, opening public comment. 5.1, request to address the governing board regarding matters not included on the agenda. We do have a stack of public comment, and we will have 30 minutes for public comment, and you will have 3 minutes to speak. And I am going to, for the ones that were tabled, I am going to move them to 5.1 so that you still have that opportunity to speak. So the first one is Vivian Sacratern. Okay. Okay, I can come back because we have a lot. Okay. Emily Ryan Satterton again? Okay.
All right, thank you. My name is Emily Satern, and I'm here to speak in opposition to the No Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Initiative. This initiative will be detrimental to students, teachers, and families, including my own. I'm a biracial family. My children are part Asian, my husband's Southeast Asian. So just to share a little story, when my husband was chaperoning last year on my daughter's outdoor ed field trip, he was referred to as, and I apologize for using this, a ching chong by a 5th grader in the presence of 2 adults. He was visibly shaken. He texted me, very upset. Couldn't believe that a child would say this. And unfortunately, we weren't surprised though, because the year prior, when my daughter was in 4th grade, she was asked, what is the difference between American eyes and Asian eyes? So I'll let you all imagine the gesture that her classmate made. So in response to that, I purchased a book. Didn't think I'd have to ever do this. Eyes That Kiss in the Corners, about Asian eyes. If this initiative passes, books like this might go away. Probably will go away, because this is a DEI book, most likely, because it focuses on a particular race, ethnicity, which is horrible, that you have to have a book about eyes just so someone feels accepted or feels comfortable with who they are. Sorry, I lost my place. I was just writing, like I said, didn't want to go first. And I'm sure that these comments, they probably happen at other schools in PUSD. I'm sure they do. We all know what happened in 2022 with the Board of Education. I won't go there. But some other books perhaps that would be banned or would be taken off shelves. Night, one of the best memoirs of our lifetime. A book about Malala. And even Songs for a Whale. This is actually a book about a girl who is deaf, who's trying to communicate with her classmates. So this would be considered probably inclusive, right? Different body, different abled, different abilities. We need books like this for students to learn, not only see the representation that they have, but for others to learn about people outside of themselves. Because these racist comments, sexist, homophobic, they will continue, especially if books are taken off shelves. So yeah, these stories, they're real stories, they're people, this happened. It's the honest truth. It's truth that we have to hear, and it's truth that we can't deny. So thank you.
Next public comment is Riot Penn.
President Brooks, Dr. Summers, members of the administrative staff, and the school board. My name is Rhett Penn, and I am a teacher at Foothills Fine Arts Academy. I teach kindergarten through 4th grade general music, 5th through 8th grade choir, and junior high digital music production. I've had the pleasure of many of you touring our campus. I've even shook some of your hands as you came into my classroom. I have fond memories of all of you. And I want you to know that I consider that motion that our prior spokesman commented on to be a very important topic to discuss, albeit for slightly different reasons. I want you to know that I consider myself a patriot, and I love history. And I love the story of how our nation was founded and how the Declaration of Independence came to exist, that our Continental Congress had huge disagreements, but compromises were made and they reached across the aisle to come to a conclusion that was satisfactory and helpful and gave us the freedoms that we all appreciate and hopefully respect. This particular policy, though, limiting the district's funding towards organizations that may support these causes. When it comes to music teachers, there are not a lot of resources available for what we do. And I know that behind the curtain, there are people who are working hard for the approval of resources that teachers can utilize to teach our kids. And I know I don't necessarily speak on behalf of all teachers, but I am always willing to open an invitation. You are all welcome in my classroom at any time to see if I am teaching to the way you want. I'm willing to discuss and always willing to compromise. However, if certain organization, the district has been kind enough in past years to pay for the registration for my membership to the National Association for Music Education. This is an organization that has given me many resources, whether it is periodical magazines that have helped me utilize strategies to engage my students and help them understand why I'm teaching them what I teach them. And on top of that, they host a yearly conference in Mesa called the AMEA, the Arizona Music Educators Association, where general music and choir teachers like myself or band teachers can go and orchestra directors can go and gain resources and experiences. Now, this was not a mandatory membership, but something that was offered as your courtesy. And if we do not let teachers have the option of having these memberships and getting these resources, we limit our ability to teach our students or help our co-teachers and become better all around for the quality of education our kids deserve, let alone festivals that they go to that motivate them and fill their buckets and make them want to keep doing this. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next public comment is April Rodriguez.
Good evening, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is April Rodriguez, and like our last speaker, I've had 4 of you in my classroom and shaken your hand, and it's been a pleasure to have you in there. I wanted to tell you that I'm a 6th grade teacher in our district. I've had 3 children graduate from PUSD high schools. My husband is a product of PUSD, and my father-in-law taught both at Peoria and Cactus, so I am deeply rooted in the Peoria district. I wanted to address several concerns with the proposed digital tracking policy, focusing on logistical inconsistencies that need for a stronger evidence base. First, I want to say the policy opens with an absolute ban on digital tracking of minor behaviors. But later in the same vein, it lists multiple exceptions for mandated reporting, IEPs, and aggregated security data. This creates a contradiction. If tracking is fundamentally harmful, why do we permit it in cases without redefining risk? Second, the policy hinges on the distinction between minor and major behaviors, yet those terms are never really defined. This vagueness can lead to inconsistent enforcement. Without definitions, the policy could be applied inconsistently and confuse teachers, students, and parents. Third, the assumption that the paper or email reporting is innately more private than digital tracking is a false distinction. The privacy risk lies in the information itself, how it's stored, accessed, and shared, not in the medium. In fact, paper records can be lost, copied, or left unsecured just as easily as digital files. Next, I'd like to briefly highlight the importance of tracking minor student behaviors. Research consistently shows that monitoring minor behaviors such as off-task actions or classroom disruptions allows educators to identify patterns early and intervene before issues escalate. A 2018 study in the Journal of Positive Behavior Interventions found that early behavior tracking led to fewer disciplinary referrals and better student outcomes. Beyond individual support, behavior data empowers schools to make informed decisions. The National Center or Intensive Intervention emphasizes that frequent structured data collection improves the accuracy of both academic and behavior interventions. Implementation of data tracking must be thoughtful. Clear definitions, privacy safeguards, and parental involvement are essential to ensure tracking supports but not harm students. In short, tracking minor behaviors is not about control, it's just about informed support for parents and for conferences for teachers. I urge the board not to pass the policy in its current form. It needs clear definitions, upfront acknowledgement of expectations, and evidence-based reasoning. Passing it as is could harm student trust and make it harder for teachers to use digital tools effectively and responsibly. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next public comment comes from Mariana Ortiz.
Hello everyone. My name is Mariano. Hello everyone currently at table and audience. My name is Mariano Ortiz and I'm 15 years old and I am currently speaking on the DEI non-discrimination policy. And as of July 9th, 2025, a policy I never thought would come came into a single sheet of paper on a single file document. The people around me are affected by this. The people at school and the people in the community are affected by what a single sheet of paper has to say. In classrooms, I am now forced to go by Mariano, but in some circumstances, I would prefer Mari, my used nickname. In classes, I can't have my teachers and others call me what they want to be used. The amount of people that are currently affected by this do not believe that this is ethical. I personally see no problem with using preferred names and or nicknames in a classroom. As some would say, it's an ethical reason to include this. I do not. A matter of feeling that goes around so quickly that people are just trying to disengage in our say just because we're kids. The reason this bugs me so much is because we aren't getting equal treatment, no, in any way, shape, or form. It's a way to look at us as outcasts or outsiders just for wanting to use a nickname in class. And what I want out of this speech that I'm telling you right here in this very moment is for us as students and for us as people to be treated right and treated fairly. I can't look around and see that my peers and my friends are being treated unfairly just because they want to use and just because they want to be called by a specific name or nickname. And I remind you of this. Racist, homophobic, and sexist comments towards others will not go away. We're human beings. Just because we want to be called by a specific name does not mean that we're any different from one another. And all I want is a better community for both myself and for everyone attending a Peoria Unified School District elementary school or high school. I don't ask that we have our preferred names in every single document, but all I want is for our students to feel like they are safe and to feel like they belong in the right place. I want them to be who they are in and out of the classroom. I want them to be the best version of themselves within the range of their ability. And what I ask is simple. I ask for a very much better community for me and the people of this community. I thank you very much for your listening. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Moving on to Hayden Rush.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Hayden Rush, and although the thing I'm speaking about is not yet presented, I will still speak about it. I'm a freshman at Sunrise Mountain High School. I'm the chair of the Arizona Teenage Republican West Valley chapter, and I serve on the Peoria Youth Advisory Board, which unfortunately means I'm often the lone voice of reason in a room full of people who think politics should run our schools. Let's be clear. Board Policy 1201 is already fair, lawful, and rooted in Arizona parental rights laws. It ensures that parents, the people legally responsible for students, are informed before schools start changing names and identities in the classroom. This is common sense. If you have nothing to hide from parents, you have nothing to fear from this policy. The petition being pushed here tonight isn't about safety. It's about pushing an agenda that deliberately cuts parents out of the picture. It forced teachers into secret agreements with minors, break trust with families, and put the district at risk of lawsuits and penalties. That's not progress, it's reckless. We are told this is about identity, but a student's identity isn't in danger when parents are involved. It's in danger when schools play politics with kids behind their parents' backs. That's not protecting students, that's using them. I didn't join the Youth Advisory Board to rubber stamp bad ideas. I joined to speak up for the families in our community who believe in transparency, accountability, and the rule of law. This petition fails all three. I urge you to reject it and keep Board Policy 100 or 1 to 101 exactly as it is. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Next public comment comes from Kim Cobb.
Good evening, School Board. I would like to take the next 3 minutes to put on record my concern in PUSD's disregard to children's safety and duty to report in potentially dangerous situations, even when evidence is presented to administration and coaching staff time and time again. We are hearing week after week of coaches and teachers being put on leave within our district. I am not here for general comment on Peoria High, Sunrise, or even the latest Centennial incidents. I am here to comment on one that was completely kept from the public and the very team it affected. Specific to my example, Liberty High School is yet to take accountability to answer questions, correct issues, and have done nothing but redirect blame and the narrative. The internal containment within PUSD should raise concerns as to what motive there is other than winning at all cost over the safety of the students put in their care. Hiding the truth does not make it less true. PUSD is obligated to communicate to the whole student body, not just active athletes on a roster after allegations were brought forward. For reference, I had to request a Peoria police report and complete a FOIA request to get the Liberty Wrestling investigation. What was admitted to is astounding, but not nearly as much so as the emails dated June and December of 2024, bringing the very things to this board's attention once again after this investigation, or the person meeting with site admin 3 years ago on June 2022, echoing the same concerns that were never taken up the chain. Having the truth of allegations and consequences was owed to us, not withheld and definitely not censored to fit a better narrative. When Liberty site admin asked me why I felt it was my responsibility to hold admin accountable, I will now go on record to say exposing hypocrisy is our duty when the safety of our kids is at risk. Enabling this behavior, as the district has done time and time again, is unacceptable. I want to make it very clear that I no longer have a student in this district, but I am gravely concerned for the community. Any adults, parents, or school administrators who think that this is acceptable behavior, boys being boys, the way it has always been, or a rite of passage, is part of the problem and shouldn't be anywhere near teaching or coaching children. In conclusion, it appears through a very clear repetitive pattern that PUSD is hiding the truth and forcing their narrative. I am calling for accountability and transparency. As the parent of a child who trusted you to keep our kids safe, you failed. PUSD needs to stop inoculating themselves against legal action and bad press by simply denying or ignoring sexual harassment and sexual hazing is active in their schools. If you do not want this cycle to continue at your schools across your district, then bring it all to light. Stop or ignoring sexual hazing and sexual assault. It's always the wrong course of action because the school districts end up harming the very students they are mandated to serve.
Thank you for your public comment. Next public comment is Trina Burke.
Good evening, President Rooks, members of the board, cabinet, guests. My name is Trina Berg. I'm a parent and teacher in this district. I was going to put comments in for the two agenda items that were pulled, so I will hold those until they come back. So instead, I will address something else. The last board meeting, I was kind of taken aback and kind of astounded that the message delivered by our board president in that very first meeting was essentially, I'm watching you and you better watch out. It was a very interesting way to start the school year. It was very, like, my minions will come and tell me anything I want to know and stop hiding things and whatever. And the wording didn't matter. It came across incredibly just, I trust nothing that you do and you better watch your back is essentially what we felt like we heard. I don't know how that's supposed to be very, like, let's go for a new school year, like very, positive, as usually we start out the school year. We try and be positive with, have a great year, whatever. And I know you said that actually, but then it was followed up with a much longer comment about stop sweeping things under the rug. I already know. I'm going to find out. Like, very big brother, very mom, I'm watching you kind of thing. That being said, I'm going to once again, I'm inviting you to my classroom. I'm getting ready to, next week, my students are going to look at spectra. We're going to see how light and looking at the spectra of light can actually tell us what elements different stars are made out of and how we can tell what things are made out of by looking at the spectra of light. We're getting into the Big Bang Theory's evidence, and some really cool activities are coming up. I guess I just would assume after so many years that if we thought these things were happening, like it was in the policy of the CRT, which is weird because I haven't even heard that phrase in so long. I thought that catchphrase was kind of gone. You guys have moved on. Like I would be the one doing it, right? Because I'm like the crazy liberal teacher, the union leader, and all of that stuff that I've been called over the years. You would think that I would be doing all the things that you feel is wrong. And I'm there every single day and my classroom is open. I finally know about half of my students' names. I'm getting there. So come in at any time. I don't need warning. I don't have a 5th hour. I actually do have a prep right now. So not 5th hour. And my lunch is 3rd hour. So not those times. But any other time, just pop on in. We're finishing up some telescopes, like just looking at different telescopes and what they do. And like I said, next week is going to be, well, when the clouds clear, we'll do a quick little UV activity. And then, like I said, we're going to get into spectra. And probably you've never actually seen spectra, which is actually a very cool thing to see. Highly recommend coming in. It is one of the things my students always say is like the coolest thing we did all semester. So if I know exactly what date, it's probably going to be Tuesday, maybe next week that I'm doing that. So I'm inviting you in, but really any day, because I want you to see what's actually happening in our classrooms. And there's a lot of really cool, great things happening. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public comment comes from Victoria Stevens.
Good evening, and thank you to everyone who is listening and had me up here. As of July 9th, 2025, Peoria Unified District has adopted the non-discrimination policy that prohibits discrimination, harassment, and bullying based on various protected characteristics. This includes, but is not limited to race, color, religion, sex, national origin, age, and disability, and genetic information. In all cases, this is an incredible step towards a more inclusive space for students to safely learn and grow in. I say almost because of the fact this policy points out the term sex does not include gender identity and sexual orientation. There is a main problem with this policy being enforced district-wide, and that is teachers and administration can no longer call students nicknames without guardian parental consent. I am speaking on behalf of every student on my campus and every student in our district. This policy does not only affect me, but it affects those around me. With all due respect, I feel that this policy was not dealt with properly. Being pulled aside by my teacher in class telling me that they are no longer allowed to call me by a name that I feel comfortable with was shocking. The fact there was not an announcement to the parents or students was shocking. If there was an announcement, then neither I nor my parents got it. My school is my safe place, a space I can be myself, truly myself, without feeling like I must perform. My teachers and administrators have worked hard to help kids like myself feel safe on our campus, and I am very fortunate to have them support me. However, I do not feel supported by the district when it feels like I am excluded from this policy that is supposed to represent equal opportunities. When I presented these issues to the students at my school, some had asked, if you can just get your nickname approved with a simple email from your parents, why not ask your parents? Which is a smart idea if you have a support system in place. Unfortunately, a good amount of people affected by this policy does not have a good support system at home. So school is where their support system resides. I am in no way asking that students have nicknames on Synergy, IDs, yearbooks, or anything like that. Though I'm asking that we let our teachers call us students by a name we are comfortable with. My teachers are like my second parents. They keep me safe and they make me feel wanted and appreciated. I understand you may not be able to comment, but I am grateful that you have listened. Thank you and good night.
And I'm just going to circle back to public comment. Vivian, not here. Okay. All right. I do want to just real quick, board members, when a board member is addressed during public comment, we are allowed to address that comment that is directed at us. And I believe that was from my, there was a comment directed at me from my last board meeting under my board member comments. And my comment wasn't big brother style. My comment was around how I will hold accountability as a board member. That's what it comes down to. And I realize maybe that hasn't always happened in the past. And that's why I made that statement under board comments, because I want to make sure that I uphold accountability as I was elected to do so as a governing board member. So with that, we will now move on to 6 superintendent comments, board and superintendent comments, 6.1 board comments. Mrs. Ewing.
Thank you, President Rooks. So when I mentioned my mom, I didn't have the opportunity to say that I appreciated all of the condolences that I did get from my fellow board members. So I forgot to mention that, and I really appreciate it. It meant a lot to me that you all reached out. So when I came back from Indiana, one of the first places I went to, a phenomenal event that Miss Monica Martinez put together over at Centennial High School. She really outdid herself this year. I think it was called Power Up. It was pretty, right? Power Lift. It was pretty amazing, and it's just a way to kick off Centennial's football season. It was really, really amazing, and I think it was phenomenal. So I appreciate that she went to all of that effort to make it so big. One of the things I was at this week, and I'm sure some of our board members will mention us being able to go out to Desert Harbor and be able to surprise one of the teachers over there on a special award, but I'll leave that for my fellow board members to talk about. But I also went this week out to over to Peoria High School, who hosted an event for City of Peoria UCAN, which stands for United Community Action Network Group. It's a great group to get involved with. It's a whole bunch of organizations that provide services to those in the community who have needs. And I was so pleased that Danielle Airy, our Chief Communications Officers, coordinated that event, and we got to hear about all of the great things that our preschool programs provide, and then coincide that with the services that the City of Peoria provides. So it was a great program. It was phenomenal, and we had a really great turnout there. And then today I got and I want to just make sure I read this, but I got a letter from a teacher who wanted to give a special shout out to the staff at her school, and I said I would love to be able to read this during my board comments. So it's wonderful, and I wanted to share it with you all. It says, I'm writing to express my appreciation for our assistant principal, Savannah Miller, whose leadership and dedication have profoundly impacted our Frontier School community over the past 2 years. She is without a doubt one of the hardest working individuals I've ever had the privilege to work with. Through her tireless efforts, she has cultivated a culture of learning, acceptance, and high expectations that resonate throughout our campus. Her unwavering commitment to putting students first has inspired both staff and students alike, fostering an environment where everyone feels valued and empowered to exceed. Mrs. Miller's vision and leaderships have not only elevated academic standards, but have also strengthened the sense of unity and purpose among our staff. She leads by example, setting high expectations and supporting us in meeting with compassion and integrity. The partnership between our principal, Mr. Stutzman, who has been a strong leader within PUSD for years, and Mrs. Miller is a true example of collaborative leadership. Together, they have a shared purpose, creating a strong foundation for our school's success. Their teamwork not only strengthens our leadership, but also inspires the entire community to work together towards excellence. Frontier is a true home for teachers and students. So I just wanted to share that, and I really appreciate the staff at Frontier. So, and I'm going to go ahead and pass it on to my next board member. So thank you.
All right, Mrs. Proudfit, do you have board comments?
I do. First, I wanted to start with a comment that I failed to make at our last board meeting. I wanted to recognize Ms. Charmel Bolster. For those of you that don't know, Charmel, she's right up front here, not to embarrass you. She is an extremely involved educator who does so much service for our district, including gosh, what don't you do? You do all of the textbook curriculums, all of that. But most recently, she really dug into the cell phone policy and doing an extraordinary amount of research and crafting, which was just such a great help as we worked through that process as a board to figure out the right policy for our district. So I just wanted to say thank you, Charmel, for your exceptional work, not just for that, but for every time that you're here. And Charmel doesn't even live in our district. She just loves this district so much. She does it out of the goodness of her heart. So thank you. Thank you for your involvement in our district. I'm super excited to hear about the parent volunteers. And I just wanted to reiterate for anyone here or anyone watching, if you don't know how to get involved in the district, if you want to get involved in any topic that interests you or any of our committees, if you want to know how to get more involved in your school or more opportunities in any of our schools across our district, please feel free to reach out. I'm so encouraged that so many parents and community members want to be involved in this school district that we all co-own together. So please feel free to reach out, and thank you for always being involved and investing in our schools. Another thank you before I talk about the events I've done. I wanted to just thank our coaches. I obviously am a parent in the district of student athletes, and for those of you that don't know, our coaches work a lot over the summer, particularly the high school coaches, preparing day camps and little things for our elementary kids as they're coming up into high school. They prepare the high school teams over the summer, and so they are, while the rest of us are enjoying time off, they are hard at work making sure that the kids have what they need to be successful in their athleticism. And we've just moved into fall sports season, which means not only were they at the second week of school, but they're also all running tryouts right now. So they're just not leaving campus at all. And so thank you to our coaches for pouring into our students in such a way. I know for my kids, it's really been a great experience for them. I was able to attend the ribbon cutting with President Rooks at our, and Mrs. Ewing, you were there as well. Yeah. Was it just us at that one? Okay. At Lake Pleasant with Principal Bagwell. He had an incredible event, had great media coverage. So for those of you that don't know, the completion of the expansion for Lake Pleasant is complete. It's a beautiful building. And I think the middle schoolers were just so excited to be the first ones in. They have a great time capsule that will be opened up probably long after we're gone. We were figuring that out, but it's just a great addition to our district. And so thank you for allowing us to celebrate that event with you and your students. I was also able to attend with several other board members, Desert Harbor, and I'm sure our superintendent will give more info about that. It was a really, really special award, and what I think made it so special is not just Becky Burkow's MC skills, which if you have not had the pleasure of seeing, she might be the most talented MC in our district. She brings such an energy, but it was such a heartwarming ceremony, and it was just great. All the middle schoolers kept coming up to us, slapping high fives, and everyone was just really excited to be there. So that was a really, really wonderful event. And then I know that we're covering, obviously, you heard in public comments, we are tackling some very big issues, and in the past 2 weeks, I think I've had more reach out across the aisle, parents, students, teachers, admin, just an immense amount of reach out, which is great because it shows that while we, obviously people are on all different sides of issues, but everyone really cares deeply about what's going on. But one thing I wanted to highlight, and I shared this with our superintendent earlier today, is the incredible feedback that I have received as a board member about the leadership of our superintendent. He really is rallying the troops around him and is a leader that is definitely worth following. And I just heard that overwhelmingly across all of the people that I spoke with. So I just wanted to say thank you for your leadership and for tackling these very hard issues. My final thank you is, I know, again, the cell phone policy that was put into effect. Some of you high schoolers are probably feeling the effects of that. So thanking the teachers who are now having the job of delivering this news and implementing in the early days this new policy. And, if you pay attention to the meetings, you know that I feel very strongly about this policy. I do believe that it is going to drastically shift the culture in our classrooms. I know that it is a very hard lift for the teachers as they work through implementing this change. So thank you for sticking with us, and thank you to the students for respecting and working with us and trusting us that we really feel that this is what's best for the district.
Awesome. Mrs. Bowles, board comments.
Yes, thank you, President Rooks. I unfortunately have not been to any of these sites to visit. I've been busy in another district with helping in programs and things for at-risk youth, which I love. But I will say, first off, I have to make a comment about the capsule at Lake Pleasant because I was the first staff at Lake Pleasant. So I do have something buried in a capsule somewhere there, which is very cool, but probably well past I'll ever, probably never unbury it, like Ms. Prophet just said, probably way past my time. And I want to just say, Mr. Penn, I think you were my daughter's guitar teacher, and it's so encouraging always to see staff this long in this district. So I just want to say thank you for all you do, because you had a positive impact on her. Thank you.
Clerk Toby, do you have any board comments?
Yeah, first and foremost, a very special happy birthday to our board secretary, Azure. Today, she's spending it with us of all other places she could be. Thank you for everything you do, and happy birthday. We are glad you're spending it with us. I'm not going to give you an Applebee's jingle, but thank you for being here. So, since our last meeting, President Rooks and I did a deep dive with Dr. Summers and Dr. Hernandez about the future strategic pathway of one of which is being literacy and literacy in our district. And so during the video earlier, I saw a sign, I jotted it down. It says, "Today a reader, tomorrow a leader." And I think that that's fantastic. Good job, Danielle, for capturing that on that video. So we definitely have large plans when it comes to early literacy and that first learning exposure for our kids, not just in our pre-K and K programs, but maybe to our community partners as well that feed students into our district. So that is something that we're hyper-focused on for this next upcoming year. And with new positions that are going to be assisting our young readers, moving on when ready, things of that nature, we have definitely got a comprehensive approach that we're trying to get, because literacy is the one subject that lifts all other subjects, and that's just my opinion. But I think that if we increase our literacy rates as a district, I think that we'll see a lot of the other academic rates increase as well. I also want to say, one of the things I would like to see as far as literacy goes is, some of you might know the Peoria Fire Department does a Fill the Boots with Books program. It's kind of a little competition that they have here in the district. Not all campuses engage in this district or in this program. So I'd like to maybe, probably at the end of the meeting, I'll recommend that we reach out to our friends over at Peoria Fire to see if we can expand this program in support of our literacy objectives. So that's really all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Clerk Toby. Yes, I just want to say thank you to Dr. Hernandez and her team. They tried to set up a meeting or let me attend the reading specialist meeting. That was last week. Unfortunately, I was not able to attend for one of my children that I needed to attend to. And so I just want to say thank you to them and to the reading specialists. I apologize for not being able to be there, but I really look forward to attending those meetings, because I love to learn about the process and what you guys are working on and how we can support the reading specialists with the classrooms and the students. I do also want to say happy birthday, Azure, because that's always important. Thank you for being here tonight for that too. I know that's not fun. And then I obviously just want to also reiterate, I'm going to keep my board comments short because tonight we do have a long agenda. And so as president, I just want to make sure we're moving the meeting along so that we're not here late. And so I'm just going to be kind of watching the timing and making sure we're not spending so much time on an item, so that we're making sure that we use our time wisely tonight. So that is all of my board member comments. So I will turn it over to Dr. Summers, there you are, for superintendent comments.
Thank you, President Rooks, governing board members. Good evening, guests, and everyone who's tuning in. I decided to stand for these comments because there's a standing ovation that I would like to give on behalf of every single individual in our community. nothing gives me more pride than to see our young people, thank you for being here tonight, as well as so many of our wonderful educators and community members and just everybody that is coming together. We don't make a habit or practice of responding to public comment. However, just want to say in a very general way, your comments and your voices, they really carry a lot of weight. So everything that we hear, it's part of our ongoing commitment to continuously improve and to be committed to the very best that we can do on behalf of every student in our system. And I know that is also the governing board's commitment as well. So thank you all. There are plenty of challenges, and with every challenge, there's always opportunity to learn and to grow. And I just have a lot of confidence in our community to be able to do that. We are 11 days into the school year, which is just so exciting and amazing. And it's like we maybe almost didn't leave, although I hope people were able to take a little bit of a break and relax and recharge a bit. And I think we are up to every single task that we have in front of us. So as mentioned, there's been just so many great ways to get involved and to share in that excitement and continue to build toward where we are in the future. So thank you for all that. And Mrs. Ewing, you brought something up that I just have to say is a little bit of a teaser, because we haven't made the official announcement district-wide yet about our Raymond S. Callis Award winners. However, stay tuned. We're going to do a very special recognition next meeting. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. I know it's hard to contain that excitement. It doesn't mean that it's like not already kind of known, but we just have to make sure that we're doing that in a manner that is befitting of the individuals who have earned that recognition and well-deserved award. And then I do have just one more note about an upcoming event that we're really excited about. So of course our families play a very important role in the success of all of our students. So as we continue to focus on parent and community engagement as part of our strategic framework, we are looking forward to hosting the inaugural Family Connections Fair. This will be Saturday, September 13th at Peoria High School from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. The event will be supported by our Family Resource Center and will include STEM activities from Maricopa County, child ID kits from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, water safety tips from Phoenix Children's Hospital, and more than 30 community partners with information and opportunities to support our families. So we want to invite everybody out and hope you will join us for this family-friendly, free event, and you can learn more about Peoria Unified's Family Resource Center at peoriaunified.org/FRC. With that, President Ricks, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Dr. Summers, for that update. Moving on now to 7 action items. 7.1, consideration of Master Capital Planning Services partnership with Grace Design Studios. Dr. Summers.
Thank you, President Ricks, governing board members. Really excited about this opportunity this evening to share with you, as part of our strategic planning and long-range facilities planning efforts, that aligns with our strategic priority to keep student success at the center of all of our decisions. This evening, we have the opportunity to consider a partnership that will directly advance that work. So I'm very pleased to introduce to you Mr. Saravanan Bala, who is a partner and K-12 practice leader with Grace Design Studios. Grace brings deep experience in educational facilities planning and has worked with many districts facing similar challenges, from shifting enrollment patterns to aging infrastructure and the need for community-driven investment strategies. So through this engagement, Grace is leading, or will hope to lead, a strategic master capital planning process built on robust community input, comprehensive facility assessments, and the development of clear key performance indicators that tie directly to our strategic plan. The result will be a data-driven, prioritized, and actionable capital plan, which will form or be the tool that will help our governing board and our community make informed, future-focused decisions on our facilities and our programs for many years to come. This is both a resource for the work that's immediately in front of us and an investment in the future of Peoria Unified, ensuring that the critical choices ahead are guided by high-quality data, broad stakeholder input, and a shared vision. And one additional point that wasn't reflected in the background or content of the agenda, but I did just want to lift this up as we give Mr. Bala an opportunity to share this with us, is the governing board back on June 25th did approve as part of a consent agenda item a cooperative contract with 1GPA on project management and related services. At that particular point in time, our recommendation was to work with a particular vendor based on our current assessment of how we were envisioning engaging in this work. So that was with the facility management group. The estimated annual expenditure for that item was around $600,000. After deep conversations and also welcoming Mrs. Rodriguez to our team and having more of an opportunity to learn about the different ways to engage in this work, we are making the recommendation tonight, as you can see as part of this item, to engage Grace Design Studios as our lead partner in those efforts. So without further ado, I do want to give you an opportunity to learn and listen to Mr. Bala. I think you'll enjoy his presentation and the firm's approach. And administration and Mr. Bala are here this evening to answer any questions that you may have. President Rooks, with your permission, we'll turn it over to Mr. Bala.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Summers. Welcome.
Good evening, President Rooks, members of the governing board, cabinet, community members. It's always awesome to come to a school district community that is in this process of reimagining what the future can be and how can we be responsible stewards of our community. So we're super excited to have this opportunity. I'm going to quickly go through a brief introduction to our firm, Grace Design Studios, formerly Orcutt Winslow. We've been in the Valley for over 54 years. But one of the things that we pride ourselves on is being responsible stewards of a community such as yourselves in developing safe, welcoming, community-driven foundational schools that you can see all over the Valley. So what this does is it provides us a solid foundation to engage communities such as yourselves, to develop a long-term vision that is really deeply grounded in your values and to embrace some of the challenging aspects of today and how can we be responsibly investing in the future of our schools. So our work doesn't just span design of facilities, but also master capital planning services, such as the one we're considering here. And these are some of the districts that we've been fortunate to work with over the last several years. My name is Saravanan Bala. I'm an architect by trade. I'm also a certified CTE teacher in the state of Arizona. Education is my passion. I have a strong team that's going to be working with me on this, should we be fortunate to move forward. And our team includes learning environment planners who are experts at engaging communities, listening to parents, supporting and amplifying community voice in helping shape solutions. And we also have an educator on the team. Ms. Williams was an associate superintendent with Mesa Public Schools for over 25 years, and she also provides a lot of input in terms of guiding solutions that are grounded in the values of a community. So what really drives this process is a very strong belief in impactful learning being a confluence of the 3 Ps, we call it, the people, the practices that you embrace, and the place. So your strategic plan, as you're beginning to articulate it, does a pretty solid job of embracing 2 of those Ps, people and practices. Our role is to uncover the role of place and to be responsible in terms of our investments so you can maximize outcomes for your community. So this is a high-level overview of what the process we follow embraces. Essentially, it's based on community engagement to develop key performance indicators, which in our case would span not just the quantitative KPIs that you typically see when you think about buildings. It's not just about the conditions of the buildings, but it's also about the ability of those buildings to support the types of programming that you value to provide the types of outcomes you're seeking for your students. So we look at 4 major data streams. The first one's capacity and demographics, obviously the impact of that on your facilities. The second one is we look at adequacy as a measure of the impact of what you're doing today. And suitability is a forward metric as to what you may want to do in the future and how do those things impact the conditions and the ability of your schools to support the types of programming that are meaningful. And the last part of it, obviously, is the conditions of the facility. So the process itself involves us developing a capacity and a demographic review of the data that's provided to us. and developing a conditions assessment framework. And those factor into what we call the quantitative sidewalks. And this allows us to essentially walk all your campuses and develop a solid report of the conditions of your facilities, and also think about at the same time through the community engagement process, developing suitability and adequacy key performance indicators. And those two KPIs begin to form an analysis of our findings that then begins to take the form of recommendations that becomes an action plan that ultimately results in the comprehensive facility master planning report. So just as a high level, why a strategic capital master plan? Districts such as yourselves do an incredible job thinking about demographic trends, the impact on capacity and facilities, the different value pillars such as your strategic plan, thinking about saving money through utility savings and other types of initiatives. A strategic capital plan essentially thinks about these efforts through the lens of your overall goals and how those goals can be aligned to create the outcomes you're seeking. So our starting point, obviously, is your strategic plan. You've clearly articulated the 4 pillars, focusing on safety, learning, focusing on partnerships, and being responsible stewards of public dollars. So those can then begin to be the basis for us to engage your community. And for us, community engagement is a two-way street. It's about listening to your community, amplifying your community's, your parents' voice in shaping learning outcomes for students, but also providing information that from a district level that you may want your community to reconcile. And this can take various forms at various scales. It could take the form of surveys. We plan on developing an engagement strategy that focuses on feeder school patterns. So that allows for you to consider issues holistically and vertically from kindergarten all the way through high school. And that can, again, take the form of interactive live polling in larger groups, discussions that parents and community members and students and partners can be engaged in these meetings, and allowing everybody to have these discussions in these open forums and to present these ideas so everybody can hear it, and then begin to prioritize or develop some of the KPIs that sometimes can be these discussion-based, and prioritization can happen through what we call gallery walks, where with little dots, the community members can go place a dot on ideas potentially that make sense to them. And this can also be done with students. So we have the experience of doing similar types of engagement with students of all ages. And what these do is they begin to inform benchmarks or key performance indicators. And those key performance indicators typically span the suitability and adequacy realm. And here's some example of it from a recent project that we conducted in Nevada. And what we have on the screen is what we call a tiering model. So thinking about how each of those factors push into what's the weight you want to provide. And that's a conversation with the district. So there's no cookie cutter formula here. This is something that's tailor-made to your district. And then the last big but foundational piece of this entire process is the facility conditions assessment. This is the traditional, as you imagine, the conditions of your facilities, but developed through a very rigorous visual assessment process using industry standard practices, developing an industry standard index that you can use to make objective decisions about how you want to invest in your facilities. And so these methodologies will allow us to develop an overall score of the conditions of your facilities across your district. And that, again, can be weighed with some of the other KPIs we just talked about. It includes the qualitative KPIs. And again, this is an example from a different district. And what that does is it gives us a lens. We literally call the prior process building the lens. So building a lens that works for you and using that to create a prioritization score or an adequacy, suitability, capacity, and conditions score for every one of your campuses. And that allows us to be objective in our evaluations, and it allows you robust data to be making solid decisions around. And that the information is presented through dashboards that we can, again, customize based on your specific needs. And so what this does, it allows us to create a cross-sectional look or any form of a slice you want to look at the data. It's a very data-driven process that allows us to give you as much clarity across the district's facilities and assets. Some examples, recent examples, at scale, similar to you, Fort Worth is independent school district in Texas, Gilbert Public Schools, obviously here in the Valley, very similar to you in terms of square footage and number of schools. With that, I know that was fast, but I will take some questions.
Thank you for your presentation. I appreciate it. Ms. Ewing, do you have any questions right now?
I'm just really excited about this. Thank you for taking us through this 52-page presentation very fast, and you did an amazing job, and I'm so excited. I think the biggest thing I'm excited about is the community engagement piece that we get to do in the real innovative way that it's done. And Dr. Summers, correct me if I'm wrong, but was this the polling that I saw at UCAN that was sampled? Was that part of this?
President Ricks, Mrs. Ewing, actually, our approach, which will be part of how Grace is going to do this, is a little bit different of a tool, but it's kind of the same principle behind it. So yes, we envision how that will marry with each other in order to facilitate not only the synchronous engagement, but something that we also think is very important is making sure that all of our community, whether they have the chance to attend a meeting or not, still has the ability to provide that input and that engagement. So that will be one of the features that we'll also build into multiple touch points with our community throughout the way. So thank you for that question.
Yes, thank you. And for the board members who were not there, it was just a really great polling thing that we got an opportunity to see how it's going to interact, and I loved it, and I think everybody in the room loved it. But we certainly cannot take on any type of project like this without having that big community input. There's so many factors that go into play, as you just, in a very quick way, outlined here, and there's so many decisions we'll have to make and considerations, and it's good to have the community understand and know what all of those things are so we can make the absolute best decision for our students and our staff and our community. So I just really appreciate this and looking forward to it, so thank you.
Mrs. Profit, do you have any questions?
I do, actually. I've been very vocal about my excitement in regards to facilities and really kind of putting the pressure on because some of these things we're kind of playing catch up on, and there's some definitely way past due needed updates and reallocations. Great presentation. I look so forward to it, obviously echoing what Mrs. Ewing said. Any community member who feels like they do not have input in this, like there's going to be a way for every single person who wants input in this process to have it, which I think is really exciting. So say, if we vote and you're awarded this, talk to me about timeline. Are we talking about a year from now that we're going to have something to bring back to us? I mean, I would like it 6 months ago, but clearly that can't happen. But what are we talking about as far as timelines so our community knows what to expect? I know I receive a lot of calls from different facilities of concerns. So what are we looking at?
So we're pretty shovel-ready with our process, tried and true. We've done a lot of this, so we're pretty comfortable with having the data to support major decisions you may make by the end of the year.
Oh, great. And that was the only question I had, so thank you.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions?
Ms. Profit asked the same question I was going to ask, so I don't have any more questions. Thanks.
Clerk Toby, do you have any questions?
Yeah, so time frame was one of them. Thank you, Mrs. Project, for that one. Also, when you look at the data, the dashboard that you're going to be assembling, does that with current existing data as we know it, because I'm not sure how much we've shared with you, but the 30,000 more homes being built north of Happy Valley, are we incorporating all those other factors as far as future growth?
Absolutely. Demographics and capacity is one of the data streams we look at. So it's looking at all 4 of those data streams. So you have this double-headed challenge. You've got simultaneous growth and potentially decline. So this is something that needs to be looked at holistically. So the impact would be different on different parts of the district. The idea is to provide as much clarity and objective data for you to look at. So when we think about areas where that impact is going to manifest, you think about how do you invest in those types of facilities? Do you renovate them? Do you add them? So those sorts of recommendations would come out of this based on capacity and demographics.
Very good, thank you. And then the cost not to exceed $569,283 funded through developer assistance funds. Could either you, Dr. Summers, expand on that for the community as far as where is that money coming from to pay for this?
Yes, President Ricks, Mr. Toby. So specifically, we have an account where we have donations and essentially funding that comes to us by route of developers. So currently, we are looking at how that dollar amount, independent of anything that we have as part of our regular expenditure budget, would be earmarked for this specific project. As you may know, that dollar amount can only really be spent on capital types of planning and improvements. So Mrs. Rodriguez can speak to that a little bit more if you do have another question there, but that specific dollar amount, as we mentioned, already sort of allocated within the lens of what was already approved, is what we're specifically zooming in on with that specific plan, or this one.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Summers. So that developer assistance funds, we're not taking away education dollars, right? Those are things that are donated that we are going to be using for very specific planning purposes.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. And then, Mr. Bala, do you have any, of all the districts that you worked with, have you ever done a 2020 analysis looking back as far as cost savings, what you've saved other districts by your planning and your development?
Yes, but not through the lens of the master capital plan. What typically happens is you get a lot more clarity on the types of projects and investments you're going to make. So a simple example of that is if you strictly looked at one stream of data, let's say conditions, it may tell a certain story. But as you think about programming and adequacy and suitability, you may have to, for example, renovate a facility, but that may be through the lens of creating different types of spaces for you to support better partnerships, for example. So what this process will allow you to do is to find overlaps. So when you're trying to make those major renovations for an adequacy or suitability purpose, then you think about conditions improvements through the lens of that. So we know anecdotally, not to answer your question straightforward, we don't go back and do assessments that we don't back check them in terms of the overarching number of dollars that was specifically saved. But the FCI tracking piece of it will continue to show improvement. So when you benchmark a facility that, for example, has an FCI of 45, and through the lens of renovations, whether it's for conditions-based improvements and or adequacy or suitability-based improvements, you're making some investments. That'll improve the FCI of that facility. And so you will see that manifested in the FCI that is being tracked over the life cycle of those buildings. So that's how we typically see that savings piece of it come through.
So is it safe to say that none of the districts you've done work for have had buyer's remorse at all?
No, it's actually the other way around. They keep hiring us because whatever work others are doing is not providing that work. So.
Well, if your work is as efficient as your presentation, I think it's going to be highly successful. And then also, when you consider the master plan, I know that it's been talked about here before as far as incorporating the DAC, this building. Are all options on the table in your analysis, or are there ones that we've told you indirectly or directly not to consider?
We're walking in with a completely open mind as far as we're going to be data driven. Let me put it that way. We're going to assess this the way we would normally assess this, and then as a leadership group, the decisions would be fairly obvious because that's been our experience. Is the data speaks for itself for the most part.
All right. I thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Yes, I have a couple questions. I was going to ask about the return of investment and savings as well. So thank you for explaining that. And thank you, Claire Toby. I guess my question is kind of looking at the thought process of what do you think that this helps to improve educational opportunities for our students while also supporting our teachers in the classroom environment?
So the biggest asset of a process like this, as I mentioned earlier, is clarity. And so I had this slide, you remember those little circles that showed different efforts. It's pretty common for districts to have certain efforts happen in a silo. And so creating that alignment between, for example, if your transportation folks have a strong understanding as to how they do what they do in the day-to-day and how that impacts your investment in student outcomes, as much clarity as that. For example, if they're part of our community engagements and conversations, you may find that certain schools probably are taking much longer from a pickup and drop-off time for transportation purposes. So investments towards that clarity piece of it really makes a huge impact, whether it's a transportation as a department or food service or academic outcomes or teaching and learning or professional development. So the biggest asset you really get out of this process is that clarity piece of it.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess that for just, my thought process is I just want to make sure that that's the forefront of the plan is what kind of opportunities are we creating for our students in the educational realm, and then looking to improve the learning environment for the teachers in the classroom. So those are the things that I look at in this type of development. I would also like to see, if it's approved or not approved, just having that opportunity for each board member to give their feedback, their opinion of what they've observed, so that way that process is taken into consideration as well.
Yeah, that's a pretty typical experience for us, that district leadership is part of these discussions. And so, the more representation the community gets, the better. That's always been our experience.
So does that mean we could look at, would you guys be willing to look and meet with our cities that we have as well, in our partnership with our cities, and see what ideas they bring to the table?
Absolutely. Typically, the committees are organized with broad representation, chambers represented many times, and any partnerships, let's say a work-based learning partnership, institutes of higher education, CTEDs. So I think there's quite a bit of opportunity for us to structure these engagements. So ultimately, your concern that the work that this represents is being meaningful towards learning outcomes is fulfilled. So which is why we designed the process itself for every district's specific needs. So absolutely, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And this is more just in my conversations, Dr. Summers, with you, I just shared that, with this type of plan, my only thing is that I want to make sure with whatever we're investing in with this dollar amount, that we really commit to a plan, because I know it's where we're at, it's been kicked down the road. And so I just want to make sure that committing is a huge key factor for me moving forward. So that's the only other comment, and you're smiling and shaking your head, so you know.
President Ricks, thank you, and we 100% concur.
Okay, thank you. And board members, do you have any further questions or comments? No? Well, thank you so much for your presentation and being here this evening. I appreciate it. So I just need a motion on the floor.
I will motion to approve the engagement of Grace Design Studios to provide master capital planning services for the Peoria Unified School District, including comprehensive community engagement, facility assessment, KPI development aligned to the district's strategic plan, and delivery of a data-driven, actionable capital plan at a cost not to exceed $569,283, funded through the Developer Assistance Funds.
I will second.
So Azure, we have a motion made by Mrs. Proudfit and a second made by Ms. Ewing. And if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
President Ricks?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Thank you, board members, and thank you for the presentation. Moving on now to 7.2, consideration of a guaranteed maximum price, number 1, GMP number 1, contract for Liberty High School Classroom Building Addition Project. Mr. Molina, welcome.
President Rooks, members of the governing board, Dr. Summers, cabinet, and guests, we're bringing forward the guaranteed maximum price number 1 for the board's consideration. This is for the classroom additions at Liberty High School. GMP number 1 covers the ordering of items that have a long lead time with a dollar amount of $430,474. GMP number 2 will be brought to the governing board on November 13th, and the construction phase will begin right after GMP number 2 approval, with an estimated construction completion of October of 2026. That would make the additional classrooms available for student use in January of 2027. At this time, the McCarthy team and I are available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Molino, and thank you, McCarthy team, for being here this evening as well. Ms. Ewing, do you have any questions?
I don't have any questions, thank you.
Ms. Proudfit, do you have any questions?
No questions, but I feel like I need to do the 2 claps and a woo that Dr. Hernandez loves to do, because if anyone's ever had a student at Liberty High School, this is such a much-needed addition, and very, very excited about this.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions or comments?
No, not at this time, thanks.
Clerk Toby, do you have any questions?
Nothing for me, thank you.
I don't have any questions either. Thank you, Mr. Molino. So I just need a motion on the floor.
I will motion to approve the guaranteed maximum price number 1, GMP number 1 contract for the Liberty High School classroom building addition project.
I will second. So we have a motion made by Mrs. Proudfit and a second made by Mrs. Ewing. And if you could please run us through a voice vote.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
Ms. Bowles,
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit,
Yes.
President Rooks,
Yes.
Mr. Toby.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Thank you, Mr. Molino. Moving on now to 7.3, consideration of revised organizational chart for the 2025-2026 school year. Presented by Ms. Rodriguez. Welcome.
Good evening, President Rooks, members of the board. So this evening in front of you, I have put a proposal on the agenda. And as part of my efforts coming in and working with the business services team, we're assessing efficiencies in areas where we can improve our processes. And one of the areas that I've identified, which has been a very visible area in the boardroom, is our procurement and our vendors and the way we procure our vendors and the oversight of that. So I've looked at that area and we've had many conversations about efficiencies in that area. Then also we have warehouse, we have fixed assets. So in talking to my leadership team, we would like to recommend a shift in the management levels in the department. So what I'm asking you for this evening is that currently we have a director of accounting position that hasn't been filled. It's vacant. We have the person who's doing our purchasing as a purchasing manager. So I would like to flip the leadership and make a director of purchasing and distribution, or procurement and distribution. So that person then would not only oversee purchasing, but would see the warehouse where orders are received, fixed assets, which is the management of our materials and our assets. And then the accounting manager would just oversee the accounting team. And I feel that's a better fit for the flow of leadership. It also takes some of the responsibilities off of our executive director, business services. Right now, she oversees warehouse and fixed assets and all the accounting team and all the other things that happen in our department. I feel that this is an efficiency and it aligns us then to be successful in the way we the data flows through the department and the responsibilities. So this evening, I'm asking for an approval of the proposed organizational chart that you have in front of you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions?
So I'm just looking at the org chart here. I do, thank you. So I see the procurement and distribution director, and that's the job description that you have posted and attached to this, correct? That's the
Yes,
position
thank
that you're
you, President
suggesting?
Rooks. Ms. Ewing, yes, that is correct.
Okay, and then, oh, they just changed the screen. Let me go back there on the attachment. Thank you. And then where is you said that you were flipping them. I was trying to find the other individual on here that you were talking about.
So this is thank you, President Rooks, Ms. Ewing. This is a high level of the district, and this org chart just has to the director level. So underneath that executive director, there are other layers of management, but those aren't represented on our large org chart.
Okay, just wanted to make sure I understood where I was seeing it on there, but thank you.
Mrs. Proudfit, do you have any questions?
No, I just wanted to say thank you for really keeping an eye close to efficiency. And as we did the preliminary org chart, differences with the creation of your position as Deputy Superintendent of Business Support Services, I just appreciate having a really succinct org chart. I think it's helpful when everybody knows exactly what's happening, whose job it is, and so fully support you in this. Thank you.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions?
No, I don't have any questions, thanks.
Clerk Toby, do you have any questions or comments?
None for me, thank you, Mrs. Rodriguez.
I don't have any questions. I just want to say thank you for all the work that you're already starting to do and making improvements and just making it really more like what Mrs. Proudfit said, efficient, and I appreciate that. So with that, I just need a motion on the floor.
I will motion to approve the proposed organizational chart for the 2025-2026 school year.
And I'll second.
So motion made by Clerk Toby and a second made by Mrs. Bowles. And if you could please run us through a voice vote.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Moving on to 7.4, consideration to add new cooperative contracts for the fiscal year 2026. Mrs. Rodriguez, I believe this is you as well.
Sorry, thank you, Ms. Rooks, members of the board. So as we are looking at streamlining the way we bring procurement to the board, these are new co-ops, and in the past you've seen them individual agenda items. So this evening, if we can pull up the agenda, please. What we've done, and listening to the request of the board, is when we present a new vendor to you, give a brief description of what that vendor does for the organization. So I hope you find that these are helpful. And so you'll see the attachments, and if you click on those attachments, it's in a memo form to the board, saying, here's what we're going to be using this vendor for. Here is the due diligence that we've done in the background. In particular, with some of our transportation vendors, we wanted to make sure that there were certain requirements that our vendors are meeting when they're working with our students. So we note that in there, that we've done that for you as well. So this is, in the future, these agenda items will be coming, if they're brand new, if you've never approved this co-op before, will come to you in this format. If you have approved and it's a renewal, it'll come into you with a spreadsheet. So that's why you're seeing this new format this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Ms. Ewing, do you have any questions on this one?
I just want to say I really appreciate this new format that you're bringing forth to us. It really helps us to understand all of the contracts that we're voting upon, what they're being used for, and I think it's great for our community to really understand as well what we're approving. So I just really appreciate that, and thank you.
Mrs. Proudfit, do you have any questions or comments?
No questions for me, thank you.
Ms. Bowles, do you have any questions or comments?
Thank you for the format. That does help a lot and saves a lot of back and forth, so I appreciate that, but I don't have any questions. Thanks.
Clerk Toby, do you have any questions or comments?
No, I approve of the formatting, and for our transportation items, I appreciate that being enumerated, that they're having cameras in their vehicles, that they're being background checked, and that you're verifying that these are actually part of the contract. Thank you.
Yes, I would agree with Clerk Toby there. I really appreciate laying it out this way so that our community can see what we are approving and bringing in and what it explains in detail. So thank you for your work. I appreciate it. With that, I just need a motion on the floor.
I will motion to approve and ratify the addition of cooperative contracts listed with attached summaries for each.
I will second.
Ooh, that was innocent.
So we have a motion made by Clerk Toby, and I feel like I heard Mrs. Bowles' voice first. So I will go with Mrs. Bowles as the second. And if you could please run us through a voice vote.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Moving on to 7.5, revisions to the 2025-2026 Peoria Unified Coaching and Extra Duty Activities Salary Schedule. Welcome.
Thank you, President Rooks and members of the governing board. We wanted to come forward tonight and update our extra duty schedule along with coaching. Given there's some new sports that we were excited to bring forward and to recognize, as well as create some transparency with some other stipends that we've been utilizing in the district. So just to highlight a few, we've got the flag football has become an official sport as opposed to only an intramural. So we added that program.
Could we possibly bring it up on the screen real quick?
Oh,
Just because you've done such a great job with this. So I just want to make sure we have it up so
Thank
you
you.
can showcase that.
So on page 1, yes, you can see the flag football coach has been added. As you scroll down to page 2, towards the bottom, then we had removed the intramural program. So just making sure that we are offsetting the two programs. We're doing a slow scroll. Okay. No changes on page 3, 4, and then jumping to page 5. We are also pleased to, for the elementary schools, we are going to offer intramural soccer for boys and girls based on each of the sites. So that opportunity will be added at the elementary schools. No changes on page 5, I'm on 6, excuse me, on 7, towards the bottom. So I want to do a little explanation on the district lead counselor. We had a district lead counselor stipend. It was usually $6,000. And then we also had a second stipend that was the K-12 MTSS lead counselor stipend. That was $6,000. We have now combined those into one stipend since they were going to the same individual for the last several years. So we wanted to make that a little more transparent. The TOA, Teacher on Assignment, has also been an ongoing stipend that we've utilized through the years. We have individuals who are working their way to become future administrators, so this is a good opportunity to recognize them and support them as they're taking on additional duties. The educational services, additional professional duties, those two stipends are new. Those are coming in as a result of not backfilling at this time an administrator position within Dr. Hernandez's org chart. So that we are going to have individuals take on additional responsibilities for a total of, we're offsetting that by about $22,000, which is, you can imagine, a lot less than replacing a whole administrator. Then finally, we have a business services additional duties. We have had that in the past. We just had it just under the benefits payroll. This is an individual who is supporting our Visions program, which is a really important business software and payroll software for this district. And then down in the bottom of the page, you can see we're just removing and striking through the MTSS titles. We no longer use that title in the district. And then on the last top of the page 8, we were removing the MTSS lead counselor, as I mentioned, then we're just putting that stipend together with the district lead stipend. So those are the changes that we've been recommending. Any questions?
Thank you so much for the presentation. Ms. Ewing, do you have any questions?
I don't have any questions. I really appreciate just all the detail with this. It's great. So thank you.
Mrs. Proudfoot, do you have any questions?
No questions for me, thank you.
Ms. Bowles, any questions?
I do. Going back to the lead counselor, MTSS, I'm confused because we had MTSS, we had 2 stipends, one of which was MTSS, and I heard you say that we combined both of them for the lead counselor.
So, yes, so there was a district lead counselor stipend. It's in red, but it's not completely accurate that the title was in red. It should be in red. The position already existed. It was just $6,000. Then we had the MTSS lead counselor. That was also $6,000. So as we delved into it and realized that this really was going to, these 2 stipends were going to the same individual who was handling all of the K-12 counseling responsibilities, we felt it was more transparent and to bring the 2 together, as well as since we were not using the funding differences, we could use the same funding.
I'm so confused because MTSS, we took off at the end of this report for the lead counselor because we no longer use MTSS. Am I correct in saying that?
We still had the responsibilities of a lead counselor, so those responsibilities have been combined. So all the work that was being done, even though it wasn't directly responsible for MTSS, it still had lead counselor K-12, whereas the other district lead counselor was really more dealing with the high school.
I guess I'm just confused at why we added $6,000 to the lead counselor if we're not doing MTSS.
We are still doing but as you look down, the K-12 lead coordinator and the K-12 student support coordinator, those positions are there. We're just no longer utilizing the MTSS title or using those funds.
So I'm understanding you saying you added $6,000 and the other, I don't have it in front of me right now, but the other lead counselor stipend that they were already getting, you combine them. And I'm not sure, again, why we're paying for a lead counselor to do MTSS when they're not doing that.
We're not paying them to do MTSS, so that's what, I'm sorry, maybe I'm not being clear. So MTSS as a program is no longer part of our curriculum, and so we are removing that responsibility. The other duties that surrounded being a lead counselor, though, did not change, nor did the being a lead coordinator or the support coordinator. Those programs have continued the work in that program, so those funds are still being provided.
I'm having a hard time hearing you because there's people talking in the front row.
1 second, Ms. Bowles. If audience members could please refrain from whispering because it does echo in the room and then it's hard to hear. So please refrain.
President Ricks, Mrs. Bowles, if I may, just to give it maybe a different read, we are actually decreasing that total allocation that you see that would have amounted to $18,000 a year. So we're actually reducing that down to the $12,000 a year. So as Ms. Vicentainer was discussing, we've essentially combined those two roles into the one. And there is no reference to MTSS, so that is what you see reflected in the red strike through. So while the programming of MTSS is not being reflected in this current version, the responsibilities that are still inclusive of what's happening in those roles extend to go beyond just what is currently articulated within those job descriptions. So the essence is it is a $6,000 decrease in the amount that is being allocated.
$6,000 decrease in the lead counselor position, or is
Correct.
that?
Yes, ma'am. So if you can scroll down just one page, please. So what you see right there is the strike through of that particular stipended amount.
I must be missing something because I'm not fully understanding what you're saying. I hear you say that there was $6,000 for a lead counselor doing MTSS, and then $6,000 or whatever the amount was for them to do lead counselor duties.
So that particular item right there,
And we took that off.
K-12 MTSS lead counselor is a strike through.
Right.
That is no longer. So if you go back up one more page, what you still see reflected is the lead coordinator, K-12 lead coordinator, K-12 student support coordinator. Those two positions are still stipended at the $6,000 a year mark.
So what have we added to the district lead counselor besides just counseling services? Why did we combine two stipends for the lead counselor? Or did I hear that wrong?
No, I'm sorry, Mrs. Rooks and Mrs. Bowl. We did, the responsibilities were slightly different. Again, my understanding, as it was explained to me, was the K-12 portion of the stipend was different than the district lead counselor. The district lead counselor, too, as it was explained to me, those responsibilities were speaking to the fact that they were dealing with the high school oversight, and then the K-12 removing the MTSS portion, but still there was K-12 responsibilities. And hence why, given that they were overseeing all of it, became a $12,000 stipend.
If I may, Ms. Bowles, so my understanding is that it's, the bottom one was the kindergarten through 8th grade, whatever, and then the other one was more of the high school, overseeing the high school counselors. And so what you did is you just took off the first one and moved it up to the second one. Is that correct?
Correct, and
Okay.
remove the MTSS responsibilities.
Okay.
Okay, that's all I have. Thanks.
Clerk Toby, do you have any questions?
No, thank you.
I just have one question on the K through 12 lead coordinator. I don't know, do we have that position filled, or I just don't remember having that position filled? So I wasn't sure. Or I can ask that at the end too future?
I believe it is filled, yes.
Yes, okay, all right, sorry, thank you. That was the only question I have on here, so I just need a motion on the floor.
I will motion to approve the revisions to the 2025-2026 coaching and extra duties activities salary schedule as presented.
I will second. So we have a motion made by Mrs. Ewing and a second made by Mrs. Proudfit, and if you could please run us through a voice vote, Azure.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit,
Yes.
President Rooks,
Yes.
Mr. Toby,
Yes.
Ms. Bowles.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for presenting. Motion passes with 5 yeas. Moving on now to 7.6, consideration of the renewal of Arizona School Board Association ASBA membership. Board members, before we start, we do have public comment tied to this line item, so I am going to start with that. You will have 3 minutes. Our first public comment is from Ellen White.
Good evening, President Rooks, members of the board, and Dr. Summers. Thank you for allowing me to speak with you this evening about the importance of your membership in the Arizona School Boards Association. My name is Ellen White, and I am the Executive Director of the Arizona School Boards Association. ASBA is a nonpartisan organization dedicated to supporting locally elected governing boards so you can focus on what matters most, your students. As members, you have access to so many resources through our organization that make your work easier and more effective. You can attend our conferences and events at member rate. We provide you one-on-one consultations with our staff when questions or challenges arise, publication and updates that keep you informed, opportunities to serve on committees or to be elected to our board of directors, support for your executive assistant through our Arizona School Administrative Professionals Program, superintendent search services, customized trainings for your board, support for newly elected board members, participation in the ASBA Health Insurance Trust, a voice in shaping our political agenda and advocacy, and voting rights at the Delegate Assembly and annual business meeting. Those are real, tangible benefits that save time, save money, and keep you connected and informed with the expertise you need. But what's even more important than any single benefit is that you are part of something bigger, a community of school boards across Arizona with a collective voice. We've seen the power of that voice recently. Since 2017, ASBA has stood with 4 districts, 1 private taxpayer, and other education associations in the capital funding lawsuit, fighting for fair funding for our students. On Wednesday, that case was decided in favor of Arizona Public Schools. That win happened because districts stood together through their association. This is your association. It's your collective voice, and in times when public education faces big challenges, no single district should have to stand alone. We are stronger together, your voice matters, your seat at the table matters, and your students deserve to be represented in that united front. Whatever your decision is tonight, please know this. We will be here to serve you, to advocate for you, and to fight alongside you as your nonpartisan public education partner. I genuinely hope that you will consider to remain part of the ASBA family, because together we can accomplish more than any one of us can alone. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
And that concludes our public comments. So board members, I will start with questions and comments. And again, if we could please keep the time on because we do have a lot still more to go through. So Mrs. Ewing, go ahead.
Thank you, President Rooks. So I asked for this to be brought forward because there seemed to be some community confusion that ASBA services is only policy services and it's our membership. One of the things that I've been very active in ASBA, most all of my other board members know that. I sit on the Maricopa County co-director with ASBA, and I've been to all of their conferences and so forth. And one of the things I've really valued is the opportunity to meet a lot of other school boards across the state and have a voice. And I continually hear Peoria talk about how they want to be the leader in education. and be innovative and forward-thinking with their policies, with the things that they're doing. And I just think that when we can sit in the room with hundreds of other school districts and school board members and superintendents and have those collaborative discussions and be able to raise up the voice that we have and where we think education should go and be part of the delegate assembly where they decide, all the members come together and decide what they're going to lobby for, and it's an amazing process to be part of. And I know our board has also asked about hiring their own internal lobbyist. I know Scottsdale pays around between $3,000 and $5,000 monthly for a lobbyist, whereas this particular cost of our membership, we get an opportunity to have real influence across the state. And I would like to see Peoria continue to have that leadership voice with this organization. So I'm asking the board to support our membership with ASBA. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. Proudvit, do you have any questions or comments?
I don't have any questions. Since being appointed to the board and then voted in as a board member, I've attended all the ASBA conferences, the legal conferences. And so I think I have a really good understanding of the offerings of ASBA. Where I struggle with this is the board has decided to take a different direction, obviously with policy services, with, we utilize Valley Schools for our insurance. I'm having a hard time justifying spending almost $15,000 on a membership when we're spending additional money for a lot of these services and have chosen to go a different route. I've been vocal about advocating for an in-house lobbyist just because I feel like in Peoria, being the 4th largest school district, we have unique needs. And this one is tough for me. I hear what Mrs. Ewing is saying. We've had, I know she does a lot of really great work with ASBA. So it's hard. I'm not discounting the work that ASBA does. I just don't know if it's a fit for our district at this time.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions or comments?
I also have been very vocal on ASBA, and unfortunately they made some decisions during 2020, 2021 that hurt parents and their relationship with districts, and the funds. Just as I'll echo what Ms. Proudvit said, what we're spending and overall what we can do, and above all, constituents need to know that part of our job as a board member is to learn how to write policy, and I think it kind of gives they'll just do that for us, so that I don't think we learn from that, but that's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you. Clerk Tobey, do you have any questions or comments?
Being newly elected this year, I really didn't know one association from the other. And my personal experience with, having, been a board member for half a year now, when I needed help and I reached out to ASBA, I never got a call back. And so from a quality standpoint, that's poor customer service in my opinion. And when I needed assistance, it wasn't there. I understand you're very involved with ASBA, and I appreciate your role and your leadership with ASBA, but being mindful of taxpayer dollars, we already pay for policy services and other educational components, such as how I feel about it.
Thank you, Clerk Tobey. Yes, I also reiterate a little bit on this. I've already touched on this. I've been very disappointed with the Arizona School Board Association. I know that they state they're nonpartisan, but I have, in my opinion, I've not seen nonpartisan. I've seen partisan. And so what I'm looking for was, at our previous governing board meeting, was the trust was more policy driven and working with them to help, like Ms. Bowles said, to create policy, because that's one of the things in statute that governing board members work on is model policy. And so I know that there is a training opportunity coming up for the board with the trust. They have trainings throughout the year. I do also know that there is going to be a memo that goes out from the Maricopa County School Superintendent, Shelley Boggs. She has a save the date that'll be coming out to all school board members for school board member training for governance and finance. That is for free. So that's what I want to look for. I want to save taxpayer dollars and do my duty to try to find those things that are not as expensive and saving the money towards things that can go better use in our district, and getting that kind of training from different entities. And so that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for something that is not going to, I guess, put in the place of what I've seen in the past couple years. I have not been impressed. I've actually been very disappointed as a parent, and then also as a board member being on this board in the Arizona School Board Association. So that's just my personal opinion on the matter. And yeah, so I don't know if there's a motion that needs to be made on the floor.
President Brooks, if I may?
Yes, go
I
ahead.
would like to motion to move to decline renewal of membership with Arizona Board of School Board Association for 2025-2026 school year.
I will second. So we have a motion made by Mrs. Bowles and a second made by myself to decline the renewal of membership with the Arizona School Board Association for the 2025-2026 school year. And Azura, if you could run us through a voice vote, please. Thank you.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
No.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 4 yeas and 1 nay. Moving on now to 7.7, consideration of possible action, eligibility of online charter school students for participation in district extracurricular activities. Dr. Summers, welcome.
Good evening again, President Rooks, governing board members. So this particular item is brought forward for consideration of possible action. So as you may know, current district policy provides eligibility for participation in interscholastic activities to students who are enrolled in Peoria Unified School District schools, as well as to home-educated students as permitted by state law. This policy currently does not extend eligibility to students who are enrolled full-time in an online charter school. As you may know, recently there was an inquiry from a parent in our community seeking clarification on whether a student who is enrolled in a full-time online charter school could participate in a district extracurricular activity, including athletics. So under Arizona Revised Statute 15-802.01, currently the homeschool students are granted certain participation rights, but statute does not extend those same rights to students enrolled in another public school, again, including an online charter. However, AIA, Arizona Interscholastic Association bylaws, do limit eligibility to students enrolled in member schools or meeting specific non-member school participation criteria. And within this item, we actually do have the article that is pulled up from AIA. So if actually we scroll down to 15.3, please. So there is a section on enrollment rule that you will see there, which does allow for online charter school students who are enrolled in an online charter school and who are domiciled within the attendance zone of a member school to be allowed to try out for interscholastic athletics and activities on behalf of that member school, if permitted, as you'll note there, by the member school's governing board. On an annual basis prior to, and I'll just speak to this real quick, prior to the beginning of the school year, this was an item we weren't necessarily aware of. I don't know that we've necessarily taken an opportunity to provide the board with this opportunity up to this point. So we're learning about this potential. And as we've inquired with AIA, they would be supportive of our governing board should you want to move forward with this particular opportunity to ratify that as part of this school year. So that would be formal board action on whether it would permit online charter school students to try out again for those interscholastic activities and athletics and activities. And then if permitted, the member school may charge online charter school students additional fees to participate in those athletics and activities. I will note this doesn't necessarily require at this point an additional district level policy. It could be considered or contemplated by our governing board just to take action tonight. That said, Given that there are a few different paths forward for the governing board's consideration, I did want to provide a few different options for a motion. So let me just summarize those briefly for you this evening. The governing board may consider one of the following motions. Without reading that word for word, item A, or option A, would essentially be to keep current practice. So that would maintain current eligibility rules for Peoria Unified and homeschool students only, and clarify that to families. Option B would be to study and recommend, so direct the superintendent to develop policy options with legal, operational, and fiscal analysis. Or option C would essentially be, I'll just frame it as expand eligibility now. So that would be allowing full-time online charter students to try out, which would also involve us updating some of those operating procedures, as well as the incurrence of additional fees. So I stand ready to answer any questions that you may have this evening, and President Ricks, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you so much. Yes, we don't have any public comments, so Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions or comments?
Thank you, President Rooks. I believe this all came about from an email request we got over. So the gentleman that was, if you remember the email requests, was their child in an online charter school? Because I saw that this AIA, specifically online charter school. So if it's a brick and mortar charter school, they don't have any ability, let's say that they have they want to come play on our flag football team because we have an awesome team or awesome soccer programs or something. If they have a brick and mortar school, they can't then now. It's only if they're in an online charter school.
President Ricks, Mrs. Ewing, that's correct. This only applies to students who are enrolled in an online charter school,
Okay.
not brick and mortar.
Okay. And then because I'm sure that many parents of athletes would ask this question, especially ones that have their kids in the public school, do they, in this particular scenario, would they give any sort of preference for kids who actually go to that school district versus ones that come? I can imagine that, if you look at, for instance, Liberty High School, we have a lot of teams, and most of those teams are having to make cuts on because there's a lot of people that are coming. I could see there would be some parents who would be rather upset, oh, well, my kid got cut over this other kid who's coming from an outside charter school and so forth. So I'm just curious, but maybe that would be something to add in the study and recommend. But I'm just curious if that policy procedure is
President Ricks, Mrs. Ewing, what I would just offer for consideration is that this does not guarantee that an online charter school student would necessarily make a team. It would just give them the opportunity to try out. In terms of how that tryout is administered, this would avail the district to providing that student the same equal opportunity and access to be considered for making the team. I think what you're potentially raising is a possible challenge. And what I would offer in that regard, if the board were moving in this direction, is we would want to establish just an understanding, both for those online charter students and families, as well as it would just be essentially bringing them into an understanding of how it works, how the tryouts work, what the expectations would be as part of being a member of the team, et cetera. In addition to the fee piece, that would be the only other thing that we would need to study to make a recommendation on. I should add, and I know this wasn't the question, but something I did mean to include in this analysis is we do acknowledge that there are costs related to things like uniforms, transportation, as well as coaching and staffing for our program. So there are some administrative and fiscal dimensions of this addition that we would have to factor into that overall fee schedule. And being that this would be the first time that we would be moving in that direction, we would have to make that recommendation pretty quickly. And we're not in a position where I can necessarily quote a number to you. It does depend on the sport. It does depend on some of the variables that go into students' participation in that particular athletic opportunity.
Okay, thank you. So I turned myself off. Based upon that, then I would probably recommend that that we, if we want to look at this further, to study and recommend to really give an opportunity for there to be proper adjustments. But I'd like to see what my other board members think. So I would either keep the current practice or study and recommend, so that's where I'd be comfortable. Thank you.
Mrs. Proudfit, do you have any questions or comments?
So for those who don't know, the current athletic fee for students in our district is $100. I pay it every year for my kids. That's the current fee. Obviously, this would incur additional fees. I want to bring a little bit of a different perspective. I will be advocating for option 3. I feel very strongly about this. We live in a state where there's choice in education, and I have felt as a parent and as a board member, we're spending so much time fighting against this when there's so many ways for these systems to lean on each other. One of the decisions with the calendar was to align with our families that are part charter, part homeschool, part public school. And I think this is another great demonstration to the community of the value that public education brings. For some of these charter schools, this might be their first engagement with public schools. This could help enrollment numbers. I think, you know, parents that are choosing homeschool, we as a public school have an opportunity to support them. And of course, there will be fees attached, so it's not going to be taking any skin off our back. When we talk about tryouts, again, my kids are student athletes. We just had volleyball tryouts. There are plenty of kids that don't make teams at every school. However, there is no-cut sports for every season as well. So say a child wanted to go out for volleyball and lost their spot on a team due to an online charter or homeschool student. There's swim. That is the same season, that's no cut. So it's really expanding athletic opportunities and offerings of our public school district to more stakeholders within our district and to more community members. As we're going out for this override and we're asking the community to invest in public education, I think this is a great way to demonstrate one of the value brings that we can bring to the community that we can do to support and expose families that are choosing different educational opportunities for their students to bring them into the public school system. And so, in my opinion, I think this is something that we can do and should do immediately. I don't see a downside to this and how it could affect the community's perception of public education and bringing the community together to support the efforts that we bring forth in PUSD.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions or comments?
I do. While I love the idea of bringing constituents and public and more athletes into our school district, I have some concerns. Being a parent of a child or both that got scholarships in athletics, it's very competitive, and some of our programs are very competitive. One of the problems that I could see in this is moving into a charter school, knowing that you're going to be one of the better players on the team because that's a good program, and you're gonna bump somebody out. Now I know that's always a possibility. But I come from the days of Centennial being the first, amazing football team, and my son played at Cactus, and kids were moving in at all costs to get on the Centennial football team. I'm a little bit surprised that AIA have loosened up a little bit with some of that, but at the same time, I'm kind of glad they have. So I'm leaning more toward developing a proposed policy. The other is, how do we, and I know this is probably a simple answer for some, but how would the coaches and the teachers and the district know if those students that are in the charter met the cut for the grade GPA, because it's not going to be the same as ours? So maybe they didn't, maybe they got a D in a class, and how are they going to show us that they, you know what I mean? So there's a couple things that way, and kind of getting around the system and coming in and joining our great football teams or whatever teams in our district. That would be a concern to me. Good strategy on their end, but not so much on ours. So I'd like to see more thought go around that, but I'm absolutely for having more athletes in our district.
Clerk Toby, do you have any questions or comments?
Yeah, Dr. Summers, I do have a couple, just like Mrs. Bowles said, I have a couple concerns. So I appreciate that we live in a state where school choice is the norm. And if a family chooses to put their student in an online charter, that's their choice, and I support that. But that doesn't, I don't feel, put an obligation on us as a district. And this is just me being protective of our brand. You know, we have Peoria eCampus. We have other solutions that can meet students where they're at. So if we're going to open our doors to our athletics program, I would actually like to see those families move into a similar platform that we already offer. It doesn't make sense to me that a charter school, which is a public school, would get that state allocation of money for that student, but then come and play for our team. So I really want to be protective of our brand, of what we are, leading with excellence. And I think that the other issue that I've heard some sports parents say is, how are we going to verify address? What's to stop my nephew from using my address, because they're in an online charter, just so they could play at Liberty High School or Centennial High School? So I think that there's some issues there, and it's ripe for abuse. And I just don't want to see our hardworking students that live in our district get pushed out or have an unfair situation to where, you know, maybe somebody's an online charter and they're in club, and now they're coming into our schools and, you know, cleaning the deck, so to speak. So I do have some concerns about it.
Yes, this is a hard one for me because I am very advocate on school choice. Whatever is best for the child and the parent wants to make that decision, I'm all for where they think their kid needs the best education. And so, but I also am, you know, looking back on, like Mrs. Ewing brought up, we did get an email from someone. And what I did like in that email was the passion and the love that they had for their home school. And I do like a little bit of Miss Proudfit's thing of like, could this be an opportunity of bringing more people back into our schools? If they see how great a program is, whether it's an athletic program or a different program, if that can be a reason to say, hey, actually now I want to start going to school here because I really love the athletic program and I love the part, like the friendships that I've made and the coaches, and I've met the principal, and, you know, so that just is in the back of my mind as well. But I completely understand your concern of not wanting our homeschool kids that do go to that school. And so I think my concern also would be looking at like the schools that we have that are overcrowded, what that would look like in allowing online charter to come in, because we are so overcrowded, then the team is overcrowded and all of that kind of stuff. So that's also in the back of my mind. So I would, it's not that I am a complete hard no, you know, so I'm kind of more in the I'd like to see what type of policy you could bring with the legal, operational, fiscal implications, all those things that I just kind of mentioned, brainstorming to see if there is anything on the table that we could look at. And that's where I'm at, is I'm more of, I need to see it, what it would look like before I fully commit to something. And so that's kind of where I'm feeling right now, is I want to see what could we come up with, because again, I like to think outside the box. And if I like your mentioning of the grade point average. I think that's a very good point. I think also grade point average, but also behavior, discipline at the online charter school. What does that look like? And so that's just kind of the direction of, I'd like to see what we could see, if we come up with any awesome ideas to try to maybe inspire families to bring their kids back to our schools. And if this is an avenue, think outside the box. That's kind of what I'm looking at.
President Rooks, if I may?
Yes.
I would like to motion to move to direct the superintendent to develop and present the board consideration proposed policy language addressing eligibility of full-time online charter school students for participation in district extracurricular activities, including analysis of legal, operational, and physical implications.
I will second that.
So we have a motion made by Mrs. Bowles and a second made by Mrs. Ewing. And if you could run us through a voice vote, please, Ezra.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Thank you, Dr. Summers. Moving on now to 7.8, consideration of first and only read dash revision to procedure 5-404.a dash administration of medication procedures for administration. Again, Dr. Summers, thank you.
Good evening again, President Rooks, governing board members. So this particular item, which was requested by governing board members from our last meeting, relates to policy, actually procedure 5-404.a, which is the administration of medication and procedures for administration, which, as we made the transfer into the trust policy language, currently requires written authorization from both a parent legal guardian as well as a licensed healthcare provider for any medication, including over-the-counter medications, to be administered at school. So what we have brought forward for your consideration is a proposed revision. If we could scroll, please, to, I think it's a few pages down, until we see some of the red print. One more, I believe.
I think it's
there
page.
it is,
Yeah,
right there. Okay, so specifically, we're looking at this section of the procedure. So what you see in that second paragraph under over-the-counter medication specifically is the clause, the parent legal guardian will provide an order from a United States licensed physician, nurse practitioner, physician's assistant, or dentist, including the student's diagnosis, medication name, strength, route, dosage for school, and frequency or time of administration of the over-the-counter medication when such documentation is necessary for safe and appropriate administration as determined by the school nurse. And if we scroll to staff administration 1B, we just wanted to clarify the language here as well. Any over-the-counter drug or medicine that's not necessarily being sent to the school, but provided by the parent legal guardian to be administered. We just felt like that was a little more clear. And then if you scroll down one more under self-administration again, to be over-the-counter drugs or medicine provided by the parent legal guardian to be administered by the student, must be kept by the student in the original manufacturer's packaging with all directions, dosages, compound contents, and proportions clearly marked. So what we're doing here is still keeping parent legal guardian written permission as the requirement, making the provider order requirement conditional based on the school nurse's discretion when it is necessary for safe and appropriate administration. So at this time, that concludes what I'm sharing, and stand ready to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Dr. Summers. Ms. Ewing, do you have any questions?
Just because I asked this question to you, can you please clarify just for the community, just the language of first read and first read only, just so that there's understanding, because normally we have first and second read, so.
Yes, President Ricks, Mrs. Ewing, thank you for illuminating that. So if you bear with me a moment here while I get the specific.
It's, Dr. Summers, it's 1-303, adoption, revision, suspension, and repeal of board policies, if that helps you.
Thank you very much. So if we refer to 1-303 in our new policy language, the board shall consider the adoption of any new policy or revisions thereto during 2 board meetings prior to adoption, unless the board votes to consider and approve a policy at a single board meeting, or unless more than 2 meetings are required by law prior to board action, which that interesting clause, we're not necessarily aware of any law that necessarily requires that. In this particular case, you do have the option to approve a policy during a first and only read at a single board meeting.
And so just to clarify the reasoning behind this being a first and only read, it's because it is involving medication and so forth, and so we want to be able to really make sure that this additional language makes it so that medications can be provided properly.
I think President Ricks, Mrs. Ewing, to add to that, recognizing that this did shift from our previous policy, and we have already started school, as you know, and so we're trying to create a streamlined approach that ensures clarity for not only parents and guardians, but also our school nurses, and making sure that we have something in place rather than just delaying the vote, and we just want to be able to provide that as soon as possible.
Great, thank you. Yeah, and it wasn't because I had any sort of opposition to this. I just want to make sure that that's really clear to our community, the conditions under which we would just do like a first read and an only read. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mrs. Profit, do you have any questions or comments?
No questions, no comments. Thank you.
Ms. Bowles, any questions or comments?
No, not at this time.
Clerk Toby, any questions or comments?
No, thank you.
I just want to say thank you, Dr. Summers, for your team for putting this together so quickly. It was brought to my attention by one of our school nurses that this change had happened, and I appreciate the quick, timely manner since we started the new school year. If possible, with this, if this change is made tonight, if you could just keep us updated if there's any concerns that come forward with the new revision so that we can follow through.
Absolutely. Thank you, President Rooks.
And with that, I just need a motion on the floor.
I'll move to approve the revision to policy 5-404A, administration of medication as presented.
I'll second.
So we have a motion made by Clerk Toby and a second made by Mrs. Bowles. And if you could run us through your voice vote, please.
President Rooks,
Yes.
Mr. Toby,
Yes.
Ms. Bowles,
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Moving on to 8 discussion items. Just real quick, Azar, I believe we tabled 8.2 and 8.5, but it's still showing on our end. Or 8.3, thank you, sorry. 8.3 and 8.5.
President Rooks, that is correct. We will just jump over that, and I will make a note in my minutes that those items were tabled.
Okay.
Thank you.
Moving on to 8.1, Mr. Molino, you will be presenting, sorry, I logged out here. On first read policy revision to 3-301.A, procedure food services nutrition. Welcome.
President Rooks, members of the governing board, Dr. Summers, cabinet, and guests, we're bringing forward the first read of policy 3-301.A, procedures, food services, nutrition, to include the lines in red addressing the governing board's desire to limit drinks with a high caffeine volume per ounce during school hours. As you can see in the red language, we did add a definition of what a highly caffeinated beverage to specify the amount of caffeine per ounce, and we can change that number to raise it or lower it depending on the governing board's desire. And then one thing also is applying to all students, so at all schools during school hours, and that usually means bell to bell plus 30 minutes. So after hour events, athletics, carnivals, food trucks, anything that's beyond school hours would not be impacted, but we can address that as a first read for the governing board to give input.
Thank you, Mr. Molino. So we do have public comment tied to this line item, board members, so I am going to pull them up first, and then we will bring back Mr. Molino up. So you will have 3 minutes for your public comment. Our first public comment comes from Megan, I think it's Stiver, but I don't want to mess it up, your name. I can, you can stand up together and then just have one speaker, and then I can like go through each speaker at the same time. Like, does that make sense? So have one person speak at one time, and then the next person can go next, and then the next person after that. Huh? Yeah, they're all cards, yeah, but they're separate. So if you all want to stand up together, that's totally fine.
Did you prepare a presentation?
Yes.
Okay, so I think that's what they're saying is that they.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry about that.
That's okay. No, it's fine. Totally okay. We just have to follow our rules too. So you're good. Go ahead. And as there, if we could give them 6 minutes, just so that they have the time for that. Thank you.
Good evening to all our parents, school administrators, and teachers, and our esteemed district board. We are the Raymond S. Kellis Decker presidents representing all PUSD high school student stores. We appreciate the district's commitment to student health and understand why it can raise so many concerns, such as the most recent restrictions on selling caffeinated drinks. We know that caffeine can be a concern. That's why we've already implemented safeguards in our store to ensure students make safe and responsible choices. At Kellis, the drinks in question are already a top performer in our store, and we regulate that by limiting what students can buy, meaning students can only buy one 8.4 fluid ounce caffeinated drink per day. High school students and even elementary and middle school students are capable of making better choices when given proper guidance. In fact, many students come to school with coffee that contains more caffeine than these drinks, so banning them here does not meaningfully reduce caffeine intake. We believe in equity, not blanket equality when it comes to policy. High school students are closer to adulthood and should have different guidelines than elementary or middle school students. A one-size-fits-all ban ignores the developmental differences and learning opportunities appropriate for each age group.
Rather than removing products entirely, a more moderate approach would be better for everyone. We can continue our safe regulations, provide education on caffeine consumption, and allow high school students to make informed decisions. This promotes real-world responsibility, which is part of what our student SOAR teaches. Arizona government passed House Bill 2164. That bill has a list of ingredients that defines what a ultra-processed food is, and sugar-free Red Bulls and all of other drinks have none of those ingredients. So according to the latest bill, our caffeinated drinks are not ultra-processed food items. We also know that national discussions, including those tied to the Make America Healthy Again movement, have addressed topics like food dyes, product standards, and the aforementioned caffeine regulations. Would it not be wise to wait for guidance from federal government or manufacturers before making a policy change that could soon be unnecessary and irrelevant? We all share the same goal: healthy, responsible students. But banning these drinks here would take away autonomy, ignore the safeguards we've already put in place, and remove valuable opportunities for students to learn decision-making. We urge you to consider a tailored, reasonable approach that reflects the differences between age groups and the systems we already have in place. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your public comment. I appreciate it. All right, Mr. Molino. Ms. Ewing, do you have any questions or comments?
Thank you. So based upon what these students are, we're speaking about and talking about what Kellis does at their school, it sounds like they limit one caffeinated drink a day, that's what students choose, and if that's what I heard correctly, which is great. I know that one of the big concerns was across this board is that, and my kids have graduated out of the high school, but when they were going through high school, there was just so much consumption of the energy drinks, and there are so many consequences to those students health-wise to have that level of caffeine in their body, and I don't think that they really fully understand that. I have a friend who, a long time ago, she used to drink energy drinks quite often, and she landed herself at the hospital. She couldn't leave the doctor's office because they thought she was having a heart attack or a stroke because her blood pressure was up so high, and that was because of the amount of energy drinks she's drinking. And I know I used to always hear that about the students as well. So I feel like limiting these highly caffeinated beverages is kind of our responsibility to make sure that it's the student's safety and that their health is taken care of, because it can be quite a burden on our nursing staff and our teachers to be trying to understand what's happening with these kiddos when they have so much caffeine in their system. So I do think that there still needs to be, while I would like to think that every high schooler can make great decisions on the amount that they consume, my kids in high school and so forth, and what I saw, it was very different. There wasn't any sort of control, so I feel like we do need to, as a board, control the amount of caffeine that is distributed, caffeinated beverages that's distributed within our schools, because there can be just such detrimental, I think, health effects with that. But I really appreciate those groups and organizations that go out to try to teach, because the kids need to learn it, whether they're in school or outside of school. They need to learn how to make sure that they're consuming things that are healthy for their body. So I appreciate you doing that. That's all I have. Thank you.
Mrs. Profit, any questions or comments?
Thank you for coming and giving your public comments so eloquently. I really applaud the effort that you're doing at Kellis to be mindful that this is a conversation we need to be having, and I appreciate what you're saying about a tiered approach. I just wanted to point out in this proposed policy, it's not banning these items from campus, it's banning them from being sold or distributed on campus. So essentially, providing parents an opportunity to to have some oversight in what students are doing. Everything Mrs. Ewing said is completely true. Before our meeting, a few of us got here earlier, and we were doing some math stats. This really would only affect Red Bulls, Celsius, those kinds of higher source energy drinks. For anyone that has been to Europe or other countries, you can't even buy these drinks in other countries unless you're 18 and you're ID'd at the gas station. And so again, we're not trying to overstep and ban caffeine from campus. What we're trying to do is ensure that we are not providing it in our vending machines or student stores. We had a great presentation from our nutrition department, but even with the Fruit Loops that are provided in our cafeteria, it is a different lower sugar option than is provided at your local Fry's. So there are lots of ways that the school district can put some boundaries on to just ensure that what is being offered with the district's approval is things that are going to be less of a risk to students. But thank you so much for being so eloquent and taking the time to share your thoughts about this.
Mrs. Bowles, any questions or comments?
I just want to say thank you for sitting here and presenting. And I just have to say, I absolutely love caffeine. I live on caffeine. It's my number one source of nutrients, and DECA. So two things that I absolutely love. I was part of DECA, so I have to put that out there. But I have to agree with Ms. Profit and Ms. Ewing. Not that we are trying to parent you. You have a parent for that. You're dependent for a reason. And I'm positive most of you've proved that tonight, can make good decisions. However, selling it on campus, and to be a little more serious, we've had students die from drinking these caffeine drinks in our district. Maybe not on campus, but we have had them die just in the last few years. So I don't want to be the caffeine police and, hey, how many have you had today? We just can't do that. And it's a big liability, and we want to keep kids safe. So again, we're not banning you from having them, but that's between you and your parent, and selling them is just not a good option. And it potentially could be a liability. Thanks.
Clerk Tobin, any questions or comments?
Everything everybody else said is 100% on. At the end of the day, yes, we are a school environment, but we are the government, right? We are a form of government, and having the government sell a highly caffeinated beverage to a minor that could have potential health consequences definitely has a lot of implications. So I think a lot of people in our community forget that we are the government, and we're up here, we're trying to do our best to protect students and keep them safe. So as far as a district, I just didn't think it was wise for us to be not only providing and furnishing these to minors, but profiting, essentially. So that's why I felt very strong about bringing this forward. Thank you.
Yes, I want to say thank you to the students that spoke earlier and being here tonight and waiting through our board meeting to also speak, because I know they get long. And I appreciate all of the input that you gave and advocating for your fellow classmates at your school. And obviously, thank you, Mr. Molino, for presenting too. But yeah, I have to kind of echo up here. It's as we have been in your shoes at a school. We all went to high school. We all were teenagers and young adults. And when you become actual adults, you really have to look at what are the safe things for kids. And that's a huge responsibility on our shoulders. And it's not always the I don't want to say fun, but it's not always the fun thing. But we have to do that responsibility to ensure that the students that are in the care of the district and in the care of the governing board are safe. And it's not banning it, but it's just ensuring that safety guideline is happening on campus and making sure that we're just advocating in that way. And I'll agree too. I mean, I love coffee, so that's what I drink every morning. But that if that's all that we have tonight, I have no questions. Ms. Molino, thank you again for your presentation. I just need, this is actually just a first read, so I apologize. So if no further discussions, we'll move on then to 8.2. Thank you, Ms. Molino. 8.2, first read policy revision to 5-0303.c procedure. Student records, request to amend records and hearing procedure. Dr. Summers.
Thank you again, President Rooks, Governing Board. So this was a request from our last meeting in specifically making some potential revisions to our existing and new policy procedure. So this proposed change introduces an additional stage in the appeal process, specifically with respect to requests to amend records. And what this would allow, as you see that draft language, is if the parent, legal guardian, or eligible student disagrees with the decision of the superintendent, I'll just kind of get to the section that is the amendment here. The parent, legal guardian, or eligible student may appeal the decision regarding the request to amend records to the governing board. And the parent, legal guardian, or eligible student shall file a written request for an appeal with the superintendent within 5 business days of receipt of the superintendent's decision, and the governing board shall schedule a review of the appeal at an upcoming governing board meeting. I would add only at this time that this has been reviewed by legal, and this specific language is brought forward for your consideration tonight with that legal review, as well as, again, meeting the request of our governing board. I stand ready to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ewing, do you have any questions or comments?
I do. Thank you, President Rooks. So thank you for mentioning that it's been reviewed by legal, because I know it didn't say that on the agenda item. But I have some questions on the timing, the 5 days. It says if a parent or legal guardian disagrees, so the parent legal guardian has, they can request an appeal with the superintendent within 5 business days of the receipt of the superintendent's decision, and then they'll schedule a review. So I'm actually not, it's not the 5 business days of how long they have to. What I'm wondering is, what type of commitment does this board need to make on the immediacy of having to respond to these by adding this in here? Because we only meet every 2 weeks. Will this possibly mean that as soon as appeal comes in, we'll only have 5 days to respond to that? What is our time frame in being involved in this? And then also, what is the anticipation of the amount of additional workload that it puts on us, just so that I can fully understand what we're, and that's not to say that I'm not willing to do all these things. I just want to make sure that it meets that we meet the commitment that this requires in order to make sure it's an efficient process, because it feels like they go through the superintendent and then now they're going to go to us. So then what was even the purpose of the superintendent piece? Would it be more efficient to have the board and the superintendent go through it at the same time? I just need to understand those 2 things, if you can maybe help clarify. So thanks.
President Ricks, Mrs. Ewing. So the expectation from the governing board isn't necessarily to do anything different than what you already have as far as your previously approved meeting schedule. So that language really gives you the ability to continue to operate on the schedule that you already have. There's no expectation for you to conduct that hearing at a more immediate point in time. It really is more a function of In the event that there is that appeal, then it would essentially become part of our next agenda planning ahead of our next meeting. So it'd be my responsibility to ensure that you are aware of said appeal. And then as part of that agenda setting process, we would make sure that it is scheduled appropriately.
Okay, and then what additional training, professional development do we need to do to make sure that we are all in the understanding of all the different facets that would be included to make a proper decision?
President Ricks, Mrs. Ewing, I'm not sure it would necessarily involve any additional training. It would just be important for both my position as well as the appeal itself to be able to delineate what the purpose of that appeal is and state the rationale. So what you would likely be hearing is both the rationale from whoever is making that appeal as well as the rationale from what came through the chain, so to speak. So you'd be presented with all of that information, and then you would be able to make an informed decision based on the merits of both the initial decision as well as that appeal.
And then, so President Rooks, you brought this forward, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, so can may I ask you, what was, and again, I'm not questioning it, but what was the reasoning to add the board to this when our job is to hire and fire the superintendent and to, to collaborate with him and so forth? So I'm just trying to understand the additional step in terms of, was there a lack of trust? I just want to really understand that reasoning for adding it in. And I think thank you.
For the sake of time, I will answer it quickly, and then I'm going to move on to the next board member. So I brought this forward because I believe in governing board governance, and yes, we do hire and fire the superintendent, but we also serve the community and the constituents that they elected us to be in this governing board role. So I think it's important to hear how the process goes and also listening to our constituents, our parents, whatever, on that process and hearing them out.
And finally, and then I'll toss it over to Becky or Mrs. Proudfit, is that it's my understanding we would already be updated on these additional cases anyway. Is that correct?
President Ricks, Mrs. Ewing, can you help me with that question?
I'm sorry. And maybe that's incorrect to assume that we would have already been updated on any of the cases that the request to amend records. So actually that's probably false. You wouldn't be keeping us apprised if we didn't have this additional policy language in here. You wouldn't be keeping us apprised of those particular cases on a regular basis.
So President Ricks, Mrs. Ewing, I think given the context of this particular policy, you would be notified in the event of an appeal, not necessarily at any point prior to that, unless there was a need to for whatever purpose in the steps of that process.
Okay. Ms. Proudfit, any questions or comments?
Just one quick comment. I don't have any questions. Completely, I understand the point of why you brought this forward. I would just add, with that 5 days, I appreciate that it's distinct, it's a definite amount of time with a beginning, middle, and end. I would just like to see, if this is the direction the board wants to move in, I would like to see some language about the parents being notified of, in paragraph 1, it says a hearing officer shall issue a written decision within 5 business days of the hearing. The decision, whatever, must be based solely on the evidence. Within that written decision, though, of the parent or parent, guardian, or qualified student's ability to appeal within 5 days, I would just add language that is included as a disclaimer so that they're aware of their opportunity to appeal should they want to take further steps, just so it's just in that policy and written, so just clear expectations. And that's it.
President Ricks, if I may, Mr. Proudfit, thank you for that. I should add there is a corresponding form to not only this policy but to other policies as we are making that transition to the trust. So where we would likely see that language is within the form itself. Certainly we can add a line that helps represent that timely notice to families is given, but it would appear, as I mentioned, just through that form process, so that families are very clear on what
I
the
just
steps
think
are.
too, just for the community's sake, is, that 5 days is a short amount of time, which I think is great. And I like having this is our responsibility, this is your responsibility, just so they understand it's
Certainly.
equally yoked.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions or comments?
I want to say thank you, President Rooks, for bringing this forward for one main reason. I don't want more work. I'll straight say that. However, I think it gives an opportunity for a family to be heard. And if that's all it does, I 100% support that. I'm very familiar with why we have the 5 business days here and there, and because we have to meet other policies and other obligations and even legislation and other things, but with certain things in the district. So I appreciate that. It's just another avenue that we can show families that we support them. So thank you.
Clerk Toby, any questions or comments?
No, I do agree with what Mrs. Bowles just said, and I believe Ninth Circuit ruled that the governing board is the ultimate grievance audience, right? So I think it's perfectly well within our duties to hear the constituents if they have a grievance above and beyond the superintendent, so.
Yeah, I would echo that as well. And I would like that language that Ms. Proudfit brought up, only because we now have the policy updated on our website in the districts. And so if somebody goes looking for it and they don't see it there, but then they see it in the form, I just don't want there to be confusion. So maybe just easier process on adding that piece in. And that would be my only recommendation.
President Rooks, Governing Board, we will make that addition or inclusion as we bring this back for your second read.
Great, thank you so much. If no further questions or comments, we're going to move on. We did have 8.3 first read policy, new policy, digital tracking of student behavior. We did table that to a later date. So moving on to 8.4 first read policy, revision to policy 1-104, legal advice and representation. This was brought forward by myself. This is the board, specifically the board council. So what we have is we have the district council, and then we have, as a governing board, we have our own legal counsel. And so in the last paragraph, there is the board president, or it says, or the superintendent may authorize another board member to consult with legal counsel for matters directly relating to the responsibilities of the board. If the superintendent needs to communicate with board counsel, it shall be in conjunction with the board president present. I just think that it's important when we're communicating with each other and we are trying to work together with our superintendent, that we be a part of those conversations with our board council, so that if we miss that conversation, I feel that there might be questions brought up. And so I just think that is, again, it's attorney-client privilege for the board, and I just see that as a good thing to put onto the policy. So that's why I brought this forward this evening. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions or comments?
So question on, and maybe it's just semantics and it doesn't really matter, but I believe that you have communications with there might be opportunities to have communications with the board council, with the superintendent, where you might not be physically in the same room, but you might all be on a phone. So I just don't know if on this last, by putting there in present, does that mean that it has to be physical presence and doesn't give you the flexibility to do it over Zoom or however, whatever is the most confidential way. But so I just wonder if that needs to be looked at to just make sure that it gives you the flexibility to have those communications in lots of different ways. So that's one suggestion. I'd have to go back and look at this. I don't think it spells out. I believe that in here you're pretty much saying that certainly the board president can be able to talk to the board attorney at any point in time, and you spell out for a couple of different reasons. but also that I don't know that this gives flexibility for those emergency times where a superintendent would need to talk to a board council. And so I would like to have some sort of language put in there about just an obligation for the board, the board legal to keep the board president informed of any sort of communications and so forth. And I don't know that that's in here, because there are scenarios that could come up where more emergent things that he would need to talk directly. So those are additional things that I would add. Thank you.
Thank you for those changes. I will look into those. Thank you. Mrs. Proudfit, do you have any questions or comments?
I just wanted to give a little context for anyone who might be confused by this. One of the roles of the board president is to be essentially the legal liaison with the board attorney. So we have a board attorney, and it says the board president may authorize a board member to consult with legal counsel for matters directly. President Rooks has already given that okay earlier on in the year when we decided to do a board attorney. So any board member individually can contact our counsel at any time. And essentially what this does is just ensure that if I call our board attorney and receive advice on something, that President Rooks would then be notified of the conversation, and then that legal information would be disseminated out to all of the board members to keep us all on the same page, because you don't want to get into a situation where one board member is getting legal advice that everyone is not privy to. It just kind of keeps us unified in having all the information that we all need to make the best decisions possible.
Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it, Ms. Proudfit. Mrs. Bowles, any questions or comments?
Yeah, to bring clarity to the reason why this was brought forward, to me is obvious unless I'm missing something, President Rooks. Originally, it said the board president and the superintendent is authorized, to communicate with legal counsel. That means both have to be, I'm not going to say present because that's not the right word.
Available.
Available, right. So that would mean that at any time, our president could not reach out, and it is a board attorney for a reason. And that is why the language has been changed. I agree with Ms. Ewing in the present. If we could change that to, I don't know what word right now because it's late and I can't really think of a word, but yeah, so you don't have to be physically present, because God knows we have meetings in our pajamas now, so, that's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you, Mrs. Bowles. I will keep that in mind. Clerk Toby, do you have any questions or comments?
Yeah, I think the overarching goal from what I'm hearing is that we just want to make sure that the board is informed, board president's informed of legal advice that is coming in and out from our board attorney. So however we need to encapsulate that in the policy, I would just hate to see a situation where superintendent or somebody else delegated by the superintendent that needs legal advice pronto, and either yourself or myself is not available. So I don't know if there's a way that we can kind of memorialize in the policy of how you can be informed, or how we can kind of encapsulate that. So that way you are getting those regular updates, and that the rest of the board receives the same legal advice. That's all.
Okay, I will make note of that as well and look into that. Thank you for the feedback. All right, moving on now to 8.5, first read, new policy 1-204- no diversity, equity, inclusion initiatives. We did table that one as well to a following date. So moving on now to 9, address consent agenda. 9.1, consider approval or recommend changes to the consent agenda. Does anybody have any changes that they would like to recommend?
President Rooks, if I may.
Yes.
I would like to motion to approve the consent agenda with items 10.5 removed, human resource report.
I will second that for you. Oh, sorry.
Is it, I'd say 10.5 and then 10.10 would be my recommendation.
10.10, okay.
I will second.
Okay. Okay, so we have a motion to approve the consent agenda without 10.5 and 10.10. Was that what you said? Okay. And it was made by Mrs. Clerk Toby and then seconded by Mrs. Bowles. Okay.
President Rooks, members of the board, please allow me a moment to make those changes.
Okay, thank you.
President Rooks, could you please repeat who we ended up deciding the motion was by and who it was seconded by?
The motion was made by Clerk Toby and seconded by Mrs. Bowles? Yes. Okay.
So a motion by Ms. Bowles and a second by Mr. Toby?
Yes, yeah.
So I have the motion to approve the consent agenda with the removal of 10.5 Human Resources Report and removal of 10.10 Governing Board Designation of Agent of Claims.
Yes. And if you could run us through a voice vote whenever you're ready. Thank you.
President Rooks.
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit.
Yes.
Ms. Bowles.
Yes.
Ms. Ewing.
Yes.
And Mr. Toby.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. And if you just want to refresh your screen, board members, for the updated changes. Moving on now to 11, items removed from consent. 11.1, Human Resources Report.
President Rooks, if I may.
Yes.
I would like to make a motion to approve HR report with the exception of taking off new hires from Cotton Bowl, Desert Harbor, and Skyview. I believe their titles, I don't have it in front of me, but I believe they're all social worker or counselor. Is that correct? Do you have it in front of you?
Yes, that is correct. I will second that for you. So as your, she made the motion to approve the human resource report without the exception of the social worker positions at Cotton Bowl. Can you say them again? I'm sorry. Cotton Bowl.
Desert Harbor.
Desert Harbor.
And Skyview.
Skyview. And it was seconded by myself.
President Rooks, can there be some discussion on that, just for better understanding, so I can be fully informed before I vote?
There's been a first and a second motion, so we're
I
going to run
believe
through the
it
vote.
still allows for discussion, even after it's the motion in the Robert's Rules of Order, that we can still have discussion. I don't know why it's, so I'd like to some more clarification on that before I vote.
Well, the motion was made by Mrs. Bowles, so
There'll be no clarification. The vote has been made, so I don't know what to say.
I just am wondering if we have contractual issues, if contracts have already gone out, and if we have legal contractual issues with regards to immediately removing that with the new hire, so.
That might
There's
be a
legal.
question for somebody else.
Azure, if you want to continue running through the voice vote.
Could you please repeat the names of those 3 schools just to make sure I have it correct?
I think Ms. Bowles said Cotton Bowl, Desert Harbor, and Skyview?
Yes.
Okay, so I have the move to approve the human resources report with the exception of the social worker positions at Cotton Bowl, Desert Harbor, and Skyview.
Yes, that was the motion that was
With
made.
a motion by Mrs. Bowles and a second by President Rooks.
Yes. I'm,
Are you ready for a voice vote? Sorry.
Yes.
President Rooks?
yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
No.
Mrs. Ewing?
No.
Mrs. Proudfit?
No.
Thank you.
Motion fails with 3 noes and 2 yays. So I need another motion on the floor.
Can we have the discussion now that that motion has, I just want to hear context of what, this is new information, so,
Or I can ask a question, or are we just, is this not just opportunity for discussion? I believe in Robert's Rules of Order. If that fails, then we can have discussion. So I have a question that I would like to ask over this direction.
You may ask the question to Dr. Summers. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so contracts have went out for these individuals. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and they've started. Was there any place that we said we would not be? I can't remember any sort of discussion the board had that we would not be going forward with social workers. So I'm just, would love to get that clarification. I don't know if you're the right person. Because I just can't imagine that you would go forward with hiring individuals if it wasn't something that we hadn't already approved. And I know that there were discussions about social workers who were part of grants and so forth, but this was.
So I'm going to, President Ricks, Mrs. Ewing, just answer the question as those positions, as they had been and are still part of the school safety program grant, at least for the remainder of this current school year, are still open. They were advertised, posted, processes were run. These were the recommendations that were made. We obviously are in a position where, as we're starting the school year, those contracts were offered with an understanding of a 1-year contract that is funded through the school safety program grant.
Okay, thank you, because that's what I thought I remembered was that, so, okay, thank you.
Does anybody else have any questions?
I have a question for Dr. Summers. Contracts went out, but it still comes up to the board for a vote. Is that correct?
President Rooks, Mrs. Bowles, yes, you ultimately are in a position where these are the recommendations that were brought forward, so it is the board's prerogative to approve or not.
Thank you for that clarification.
True. However, I believe that we, as a board, made the decision to go forward with these positions before contracts were put out. I believe, isn't that part of what we did in the early spring, was talk about and approve all of the positions that would be put out for contracts? Is that correct?
President Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, that is correct. Those are still openings. There are still openings at certain schools that are eligible to have those filled. These were the specific openings with respect to those specific roles that you're mentioning that we're bringing forward for you for your consideration this evening.
Okay, thank you.
without any additional context, I don't see any reason why we wouldn't move to approve. So I make a motion to approve the human resources reports as presented.
I will second.
So we have a motion made by Mrs. Bowles and a second made by Mrs. Ewing Ezer. And if you could run us through a voice.
It was me. I'm sorry,
Oh.
not Mrs. Bowles.
Sorry, Mrs. Proudfit, correction. And then if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
Yes. President Rooks?
No.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
No.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 3 yeas and 2 noes. Moving on now to 11.2.
President
governing-
Rooks, if I may, sorry to interrupt you, but what does that do with 10.10?
10.10 is what we're moving to now.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. It is now corrected to 11.2 from the items removed from consent. 11.2, Governing Board Designation of Agents of Claims. I believe it was you, Clerk Toby, that wanted to pull this?
Yes, so if we're naming somebody who's going to accept service of lawsuits and notices of claims on our behalf, I just wanted to qualify that memorandum before we sign it, saying that notification will be made within 24 hours to the board, who's actually the ultimate recipient.
I think the district, I think you guys are pretty good about letting us know when we're served. So I appreciate your guys' doing that. So I don't really see a need for this, but.
President Ricks, Mr. Toby, if it is your desire, certainly you can add that particular language to the motion itself.
Okay. Then I guess unless there's other discussion, I'll go ahead and to approve 11.2 Governing Board Designation of Agents of Claims with the addition that the board be notified within 24 hours of receiving notice of claim.
I will second.
So we have a motion made by Clerk Toby and a second made by Mrs. Proudfit Asher. And if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
President Rooks, members of the board, let me add that additional language for just a moment. Thank you. So I've moved to approve Mrs. Erin Abraham and Mrs. Azure Cuthbert as its designated agents to accept service of legal process with the addition that the board be notified within 24 hours of being served. With a motion by Mr. Toby and a second by Mrs. Proudfit.
That is correct, Asher. Thank you.
President Ricks.
Abstain.
Mrs. Ewing.
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit.
Yes.
Ms. Bowles.
Yes.
Mr. Toby.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 4 yeas and 1 abstain. Moving on to 12, closing public comment. 12.1, request to address the governing board regarding matters not included on the agenda. Azure, I don't believe we have any other ones turned in. So moving on to 13, informational reports. Report on upcoming meetings and events. Mrs. Airy.
Good evening, President Rooks, members of the board, Dr. Summers, cabinet, and guests. Just one event I want to draw your attention to, included on the report this evening. It's our Parent and Community Huddle. It's the first one of this new school year on August 26th at Ironwood High School, and we are currently working through setting that agenda and getting invitations out to all of the parent and community leaders, representative of our PTOs, booster clubs, and site councils on all of our different school campuses. So we look forward to bringing them together and sharing an evening with them with some district updates and engaging them in what our strategic framework recently approved by the board looks like and what we'll be focusing on for this year. So governing board members, we'd love to have you join us as well and look forward to hearing back from you if you are able to attend.
Thank you, Mrs. Airy. Moving on to 13.2, legislative, state, and local updates. Ms. Rodriguez.
Thank you, President Rooks, members of the board. Nothing to report this evening.
Thank you. Moving on to 13.3, report on requested future agenda items. That is available for everybody to see. We have then 14, other business. 14.1, request for agenda items for future governing board meetings. I would like to request let's see here, a study session, possibly in August or September, for discussion and feedback on the policy that was tabled tonight, the behavior tracking policy. I'd like to be able to have a study session with the board and invite principals and staff, and also any parents or community that wants to provide public comment feedback. So that was my one request.
I will second.
Thank you. I would also like to have a first read of it's from the Lake Havasu School Board, Policy 4-202, no grooming and child protection. I can provide a copy here, but I'd like to have a first read of that policy.
I'll second.
Thank you. Now moving on to, let's see, I'd like to look at directing administration to review and see if we have any. If not, if we could look at adding it, a policy on employee usage of online social media with students while in the classroom.
I'll second.
Thank you. I would like to have, let's see here. I would like to have a future governing board meeting presentation on mandating reporting, what those rules entail and the law, and if it could please be presented by our governing board attorney, Susan Siegel.
I'll second.
Thank you. I would like to have a future vote for the new grant cycle of the next year of the Arizona School Safety Grant for only applying for SROs.
I'll second.
Thank you. And then last is for executive sessions at our next governing board meeting on, I believe it is August 28th. If we could have an executive session on the two associations, the thespian one and the music one, in relation to federal law regarding those associations.
I'll second.
Thank you. The other executive session, I would like to just have an update, if possible, of the Liberty High situation that was brought up tonight. If there's anything new, I just want to make sure that we do our due diligence in that executive session.
I'll second.
And then, let's see, last, I would like to have the executive session also include the Sunrise baseball situation with the assistant coach and the head coach, including any documents, while also including to ask for a record from the police report.
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Bowles. And that is all for my request for future agenda items. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any this evening?
Yes, thank you. So I'd love to have just I guess it would be, because it would be more of a presentation to our community, you could call it a discussion item, but just on what is that grievance, what happens when we get, what is the process when there is notifications about an employee for unprofessional or that, when we're notified of something that happens with an employee, what is that process that is gone through, and at what point in time is it appropriate for the district or board members to give communication out there? And it just would be a way to inform our community, hey, this is our normal process of what we have to go through, and this is at the times where it's legally appropriate for us to provide communication out to the community and so forth. And so it doesn't have to be long. It could certainly be an opportunity for board members to ask questions, but it would be more important to be just informing our community so we can offer clarification. So I don't know what you want to call that, but that's it. So if I can get a second, that would be amazing on that.
I will second.
Thank you. I think I've asked for it before, but I didn't seem to find it on there. But I just wanted to make sure that we're getting quarterly updates on prepaid legal services to monitor the spending. I think that can be done through that service, or I think it's Origami. So
I will second that, but if I could add on with the prepaid services, can we give, I guess, an explanation of what the legal services are and who is asking for that legal advice. So
Okay.
we can kind of keep track of the.
All right, so it would be not only to monitor spending, but also just a breakdown
Of what it is,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay.
And who's requesting it.
Sounds great.
We'll second that, sorry.
And then is, Dr. Summers, you and I had this conversation about what is appropriate for, when is it appropriate for board members to be responding to emails that we get? How do we navigate that open meeting law, so forth, by responding to individuals? So again, I think this would be really helpful on board members are getting phone calls about things happening in the district. Board members, we receive emails. So I just think it would be really helpful if we were given, maybe first in a Friday report of some sort of standard when like I think the city has something like if you email a request, they have to get back to you within 7 days or something like that. And then who's the right person to be responding to you, but just allowing and keeping informed our community of who should be responding, because oftentimes we have people come up to the podium and say, well, I emailed the board and I only heard back from 2 or 3 of you, and I think sometimes that's because there's this gray area. Should I be responding? Is it the responsibility of the superintendent? Is it someone else? So if we could just have maybe an actual kind of good procedure that we should be following, maybe including Susan on any sort of additional, Susan Siegel, our board legal, if there's anything she has to add to that, just to make sure that we're in a good scenario. So
I will second.
does that make sense, Heather, what I was asking about?
Yes, because
Okay.
I was going to ask for legal advice
Okay,
on
perfect.
that.
Great. Thanks.
So, as that there are constituents that they're emailing us, so.
And that's
Is that
all I have.
Okay. Ms. Profit, do you have any future agenda items?
So I don't know if this is the right way to do this. So there are future agenda items that have already been seconded, but I just wanted an update, particularly about the one that was approved on the 10th of April, but it was supposed to be for the summer study session topic. And it was the discussion surrounding a ready-to-teach program being implemented in the district. Obviously, it was not discussed in the summer study session, so I would just like maybe in a Friday report, just a timeline update.
I'll second.
Thank you. And then the same thing goes for, I'm trying to find exactly when I requested it, but essentially implementing a way to utilize inviting ESA students to pay a fee to be filling empty seats in some of our classes. I would just love in a Friday report a timeline update in regards to when we will be discussing that.
I'll second.
Thank you. That is all.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any future requests?
Most of which have already been seconded. I just want probably a Friday report of the processes and procedures that we use in the district to assure the board that employees are following district policy. I was told that they're being trained and signing something saying, these are the policies, you adhere to them. I just want to know what that process is, and if we could spell that out in the Friday report. Thanks.
I'll second that.
Is that all that you have, Ms. Bowles? Yes. Okay. Clerk
President,
Toby?
I apologize. I have one more and I completely forgot.
Go ahead. Yes.
This is actually one that is in response to some constituent reach out, but I wanted in the Friday report just HR's process of reviewing potential employees' Facebook and social media posts, or if we have any kind of structure surrounding that as part of our vetting process, just for Friday report.
I will second.
Thank you.
Clerk Toby, do you have any future requests?
I'm going to expand on Mrs. Proudfit's. So more of that standard operating procedure of how we vet our employees, but also the mechanism for which we give them ID cards and let them work on campus before government approval. I would like to know that reason and rationale.
I'll second.
And then that could be a Friday report, if that can just be fleshed out in the Friday report.
I'm sorry, just for clarification, President Brooks and Mr. Toby, before government approval, I'm sorry, can you clarify what you mean by that?
So employees who are given a contract but have not been approved by the government board, I'd like to know that process as far as how are they legally able to work on our campuses, getting issued ID cards before the government or the governing board has even approved them.
Thank you.
Thank you. And the second thing I have is I'd like a first read policy reaffirming Valley Schools' policy themselves of obtaining consent of the governing board prior to a settlement regarding general liability cases.
A second.
And that's all I have.
Thank you. I do have one more. Just thought of it, remembered it. I would like to have some type of a inquiry, investigation into some online social media that was happening yesterday and today. If there was a possibility of information being shared that was not supposed to be privy to the community. And so I would like that investigation to be investigated to see if there was any possible violation of information being shared under FERPA.
I'll second.
Thank you. And with that, we will now move on to 15 adjournment, 15.1 adjournment. I need a motion to adjourn.
I motion to adjourn.
I will second. So we have a motion made by Ms. Bowles and a second made by myself. And if you could run us through a voice vote, Azure.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Meeting adjourned. Thank you.
18 and what's your vote? What's your